You're smoking some of the best dope God ever put around here.
JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories.
You live in sexual anarchy.
This is the Troll Patrol, live with JustinFREAKIN.
Yeah, Holiday, it took them a year to rule that. They actually argued the case back in November. This morning, Trump ruled, or the Supreme Court ruled that Trump's tariffs are illegal. Dean, welcome in. The Troll Patrol is the show you're watching right now. We cover news, politics, current events, the most absurd news, politics, and current events on the internet. That's what the Troll Patrol is. We also take calls and comments, and we have a lot of fun. Sometimes we look for a GOP mommy. Sometimes we offer our services as a liberal daddy. Depends on what our mood is. Today, we're getting ready to watch the gigantic crash out that's probably going to happen at this press conference over the Supreme Court ruling that Trump's tariffs are illegal. Oh, now come on. I don't simp for him very much anymore.
Regulating revenue is some of your own opinions.
I haven't played the GOP mommy thing in so long.
Got revenue for the first 100 years of our republic. Tariffs are constitutionally special because our founders feared revenue raising, unlike embargoes. You know, there was no Boston embargo party, but there was certainly a Boston Tea Party. The second thing, textually, in the statute, it's different. Regulate appears in a cluster.
What are you referring to as anti-American, my friend?
Nullify and the like.
I would love to know. I need a precise definition on that one.
For example, but they don't describe revenue exactions. That's Justice Kagan's point. The one verb that's missing here is anything about raising revenue.
What tariff claims
whatsoever.
to Jones? Welcome in, my friend. Warlord,
Congressional
clinically,
displacement.
holiday.
Today, there's a whole host of statutes.
Afternoon. I had to look and see what time it
Title
was.
19, which both expressly confer the power to tariff and always impose clear limits. Embargoes by the president.
Drum is
embargoes
the
don't
president
have any
America
of that. They don't
needs,
set
and
aside
look what
that whole
happens
thing.
to
If you look at
everybody
the
tries
Learning
to tear
Resources
things
brief,
down.
At page 5, it goes through
Dean,
these statutes in
I
detail.
don't know what you're
Section
trying to say.
122 expressly says duties and then limits it 15%.
Exactly,
within 50
Titan,
days.
exactly.
Section 201, any duty on the imported article.
He said
but it
duty.
requires ITC findings.
This
Section
press
301,
conference set to take
impose
place
duties.
any
That's
minute
the
now. You can
language
see
of
the room is
statute.
packed.
All sorts of procedural restrictions.
We're
Section
live on
338,
TikTok. We're
the same.
live
I can
on
go through this,
YouTube.
and I could start, by the way, Justice Thomas.
I
with
will
the
lay out.
statutes at
We'll
the
let Trump
founding,
do the talking
which
once he
expressly
comes and
said
takes the
word
podium.
tariff or an equivalent.
Let's go back to your non-delegation point.
Afterwards, they dimmed the
Seeing
lights.
That
They dimmed the
it's,
lights.
If the tariff power cannot be delegated, your argument on non-delegation would also have to apply to embargo.
Liberals, Democrats, anti-ICE
No,
Americans. I think
because
you're
I think
anti-American, my
because
friend.
they're
ICE has
uniquely
illegally
revenue
detained
raising,
4,400
special,
people. That's
unique
4,400
concerns
violations
that
of the
go back to our
Constitution.
founding. And so I don't think.
I think
they
you
apply
hate
to
the country.
embargoes. And indeed, the
You're
history
saying
of
you're
this
getting
is very-
criminals
very
out.
clear.
You voted for a
That,
criminal.
as you just
The
heard my
man you
friend
voted
say, in
for, a literal
1790,
felon.
George Washington was delegated massive embargo power.
And then you
from
want
the
to
Congress.
preach to us
But what
about
did Congress
criminals.
Not to, and this
You're
is why
what's
the
wrong with
example
this
cuts
country.
The other way. They never gave the president any sort of delegation of tariff
But
authority at the
Biden.
time. Our point is not you can't delegate tariff authority. It's simply that you've got to do so with intelligible principles. And what you just heard my friend say is every single limit.
We've
in
got
the
mood
EPA
lighting.
is one that is not judicially enforceable. There's no limit
the press
whatsoever.
briefing.
And indeed, the main limit that was in there, he calls this some compromise position. The only compromise in
Jinx
1977
warlord.
was the legislative veto. And as this case comes to the court, that's no longer in the statute at all.
Counsel, yes, sure, the tariffs are a tax, and that's a core power of Congress, but they're a foreign-facing tax, right? And that foreign.
What you're
affairs
hearing
core
is the
power
arguments
of
from
the,
back in
executive.
November
And I don't think
that
you
led
can
to the ruling
dismiss
this morning.
the consequences. I mean, we didn't stay this case, and one thing.
Oh,
is
Dean, if you
quite
think
clear is that
that's
the
being a grifter, wait till you hear
foreign-facing
what Trump's
tariffs
kids have
in several
done.
situations
Right, and we
quite-
are.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
We're quite effective in achieving particular objectives.
I might open the phone
I don't think you
lines
can
here
just
after
separate
we
it and
do the
say
press
this is a
conference.
tax to Congress.
You can see them holding up a white sheet. What they're doing is letting the reporters white balance their cameras.
Mr. Chief Justice, we don't disagree with a large part of that. We think instead of thinking about foreign versus domestic, the better way of thinking about it is Article 1 versus Article 2. And as my friend finally conceded,
Trump actually
Justice
didn't win the
Gorsuch,
election big
there
time.
is no
He
Article 2
didn't even
power
win a
here, at
majority
least
of the
when we're talking
vote.
about
More people
peacetime.
voted for
Well, you
someone
don't
other
agree
than Trump
with
than
a
voted
large
for
part.
Trump.
What's
More
the
people
little
stayed
part that you do
home
disagree
we
than voted.
We agree with the idea.
Of the people that
tariffs
voted,
have foreign
more
policy
people voted for
implications.
someone other than
Absolutely.
Trump.
Our founders recognize that. That's in the Federalist Papers. But nonetheless, they exclusively
I don't think
committed
you're a very
that
intelligent person,
power
Dean.
to
I'm sorry.
Congress in Article 1, Section
But stick
8,
around,
viewed
watch
as
the
its
Troll
first
Patrol,
power.
and
So
you
when
might get a
hear
little
my friends
educated.
cite cases like Egan and Garamendi, they just don't apply to this specific unique situation in which Congress is.
I don't
given
even
that
know
power.
how to
And
respond
if you
to
were
that.
tempted
You're
by this,
the
I think
birther
the best
conspiracy,
place to
which has
look
been
is
debunked
Youngstown, because
over
what
and over
Justice
and over
Jackson said,
again.
and I was surprised
I
quote
just
is
like,
page 652,
you're the
because
reason
Justice
why
Jackson
I'm just
says,
like, all right, right wingers are
emergency
morons.
powers tend to kindle emergencies, so it's essential the public may know the extent and limitations of the powers that can be asserted, and persons affected may be informed from the statute of its rights and duties. And Justice Jackson went on to say there that it's notable our founders didn't give the
You guys love Hunter's
revenue-raising
gigantic
power,
schlong.
even in
We
a time
know.
of war.
Can I just get a clarification of your answer, which is you agree if the word tariff were in the statute, that would be acceptable and
The
constitutional?
majority of Americans are fucking
No,
stupid.
well, it
Yeah,
would
yeah,
be-
yeah. And the rest are dumber than that.
Constitutionally permissible. The question would then be, is the open-ended assertion of power here? Because every
Right,
other
I
tariff
get
statute
as
has
applied to this
limitations.
case, but the general point is, yes, Congress, you said it's assigned to Congress, but Congress can
Did they turn down the lighting, hoping
authority
to
presidents to
calm
impose
him?
Absolutely.
as a general proposition.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have to figure out then what regulate importation means. And you've heard my questions. If this statute came out of nowhere in 1977, I think your case would be
It is totally my fault. Red wine, welcome in.
obviously stronger. We have to figure out. at
Light
least
one up, tip one back.
to figure out what the Nixon precedent stands for and what Algonquin stands for. On the Nixon precedent, the question is, I think, was Congress aware?
Good
of
afternoon,
that
my friend, or good
when
evening,
they used regulated importation, and it's now being used to
wherever you
encompass
may be
tariffs.
watching in the
That's
world.
not unheralded.
Good morning to my friends out there on the West Coast.
You know, President Nixon announced those tariffs in a nationwide primetime speech, 10% across the board.
I have no idea what you're talking about,
Some
Dean.
kind of
If you would like to call in after we get done watching the press conference, I'll let
question then is,
you.
Was Congress? Why didn't they change?
And we can
the
have a
language? Why didn't
conversation.
they
You
say
can actually
regulate,
explain the
not
nonsense
tariffs?
you're
That's
spewing.
Kind of the difficult question from the Nixon precedent that I'll give you an opportunity to answer.
Thank you, Justice Kavanaugh. So 5 answers on the Nixon precedent. First, there is no evidence that Congress thought it was
It is
ratifying
weird to
Yoshida.
accuse me
It was
of
a
being
single court of appeals
anti-labor when I'm
case.
about
It's-
as
it's
pro-labor
not
as
so
it
my
gets.
question, I never mentioned Yoshida. It's the use.
I think everybody should belong in a union.
Power under regulated importation.
If we're just talking about that, President Nixon did not rely on the statute whatsoever.
Several of my friends live in
That's very clear.
California,
In fact,
and
we
they
have a
think you're
Marshall
all
McLuhan
batshit
moment
crazy.
here because you have before you Alan.
One of my best friends lives in
was there in the
California,
room
and she's
with
like,
Nixon
I have
saying
no idea what these
Nixon
people are
totally
talking about.
disagreed
One of the
that
stories I
the
liked the
statute
best
applied.
was
So if we're
from
just talking about
the
Nixon,
Super
I
Bowl.
don't
Was
think
all
that the
these
statute
people
ever
went
occurred.
to San Francisco for the Super Bowl, and they're like, hey, Fox News told us this is a hellhole. There's homeless people shitting on the streets everywhere, but this city's really
The
cool.
government is arguing. And with respect to that, this cert-denied intermediate court of appeals decision, I don't.
So
think
I don't know what you're
close
talking
to
about. You've just
overcoming
been
the
fed a
clear,
line of
plain
bullshit.
Text. The word regulate is
The
words
propaganda
regulate
you watch
importation.
told
The
you
word
that
regulate
California
has never been
is in
used.
the
It's-
toilet, and you
it's-
work
the Congress
backwards
uses
from that
the term
conclusion.
1,499 times. We got about that number of hits when we looked at it. And maybe
I
there's
don't
some
like when they
doubt,
send jobs
but it is never
overseas. That's
used
why
even
I'm
once
for
to
unions.
impose taxes
That's
or
why I'm for
revenue raising,
worker
and that was the
ownership.
question that Justice Barrett was asking. And so I don't think that this
When workers
intermediate
own the means of
appeals
production, they don't
decision
send their
will get you
jobs
there.
overseas.
And
You
then
don't know
even
what
if
you're
you
talking
thought
about.
that Congress knew about Yoshida, and even if you thought
is
they liked
Republican
which there's absolutely
policies
zero
that have
evidence
sent
of,
jobs
I don't
overseas
think
for
that helps the
decades.
government for reasons that Justice Alito was pointing to, because Yoshida said 3 things. A, TWIA doesn't give the unlimited authority that the government is seeking here. B, they were
I have no
only
idea what you're
holding
talking
the
about.
limited
Randy, welcome in.
specific
Trump is
assertion of
crazy, and he's probably going to get
President
really
Nixon
crazy
sought
in this
there.
press conference.
And
That's why it's going to be
third,
entertaining.
Going forward, the solution, they said in footnote 33, was to use Section 122 of the 19th
Why did they have
Trade Act,
propaganda that
15%,
convinced you of
150
bullshit,
days. So there's
Dean?
no
I
problem
don't
with the
know.
president doing that. It's just that this president has torn up the entire tariff architecture. You know, for example, he's tariffing Switzerland, one of our allies, which we have a trade surplus, 39%. That is just not something that any president has ever had the power to do in our history. And the idea that Congress, by implication, did this
I
in
think you're stupid, Dean.
1977 and
I
handed
really
him
do.
all this power,
I'm sorry, my
I think
friend.
is really difficult.
Just ask the other. Go ahead.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
Let's start with just the bare statutory language. You have arguments about structure. You have
I should
arguments
be
about
for
history.
Trump.
There are strong arguments, but let's just start.
I should be for the
bare
pedophile
statutory
con man.
language.
That's what you're
Regulate
telling me.
importation. if we disregard all of the rest, would you dispute that that would include the imposition of a fee?
So if it's
Trump, the guy with billions of investments in Saudi Arabia and in China.
There's a particular national park that's very.
He's always late.
Congress passes a statute that says the National Park Service may regulate admission to the park. You say, well,
that's an idiotic thing. It's like a bumper sticker statement that you've been
Your Honor, sometimes
propagandized to believe. I think the government needs to be big enough to regulate industry. It needs to be big enough to take care of environmental disasters.
That may
be enough
those
to
kinds of cases which I think
goes beyond the cost of
do the kind of public works programs that we're in need of. We need nationwide high-speed rail, and we need it in like the next 5 years, but that ain't going to happen. Sports cars, welcome in.
If it doesn't,
well, you got to pay the troll toll to get into this boys' hole.
Then I think that's fine. If it does,
it raises revenue. Then
I think it's a tougher
hypothetical. That wouldn't apply.
So I think
Dean, if you want to have a conversation, you can call in after the press conference.
It wouldn't be permitted. That is, at least in the
We're currently listening to oral arguments in the tariffs case. Perhaps you should listen a little bit more, and you might learn some stuff.
Statutory language.
Listen.
That was what my question was about. Do you think all tariffs are revenue raising? Suppose that instead of imposing
answer for what, my friend? I don't know what you're talking about. You're just like ranting like a fucking idiot.
That an executive order imposed a tariff on one particular country and provided that this would take effect in.
When have I not accepted election results? Dean, you are really dumb.
Days, an agreement is reached with that country so that no tariff is ever collected. Would that be a revenue-raising tariff?
I take it the initial point and on its face it is.
Instead of telling me what I believe, why don't you ask me what I believe
and look,
or what I think?
There are edge cases.
Right-wingers have a
confronted just recently
real habit of doing that, of trying to frame an argument and make us defend some position that we never took.
This is obviously revenue raising. Their own brief to the court says it's going to raise $4 trillion. And Justice Alito, you and your conservative
Dean, I think you're stupid, my friend. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
That you joined said taxation.
But when you lose an election, you need to become an American and be as.
It is the most powerful thing the government does.
Let me go back and see what your social media looked like during Biden.
They know exactly how to write tariff and tax statutes, gave this power by implication through the word regulate.
Trump doesn't care about anybody but himself. He is a pedophile con man. He raped kids. You're an idiot.
That impose tariffs. And you have a point if that's the relevant universe. What if the relevant universe is tariffs that are imposed in emergencies?
I am not high enough for this shit, but we are on TikTok.
The other way. So, as Justice Jackson said, it's when you're in an emergency situation, the statutes actually have to speak with more precision. The public needs to know because emergencies beget emergencies. And I would say the best way of understanding what Congress does in emergencies is to look at their emergency statutes. Not one has ever given the president a taxation power or a tariff power. We've had all sorts of emergencies for 238 years. No president has ever said, oh, the way to deal with that is I need to have a tariff authority. And as Justice Sotomayor said, IEPA gives already a quota power, so you can get what the foreign policy piece of it is through that. I'd also say, Justice Alito, Dames and Moore, which the Chief Justice referred to earlier,
I have no idea.
Is really important here because the Solicitor General in that case made a similar argument to what you just heard.
We're waiting for
on
Trump.
Claims provisions. He said
he was going to respond to the Supreme Court striking down his tariffs, and this could be an all-time great fucking crash out.
And he said you've got to defer to the president on a major issue of national security about this very statute. And what did the court do? It rejected those arguments and said IEPA doesn't cover this.
You say that this is not, this case does not, these executive orders do not address an unusual and extraordinary threat. I understand that argument. Suppose that the facts were that it was suppose that there was an imminent threat of war, not a declared war, but an imminent threat of war with a very powerful enemy whose economy was heavily dependent on U.S. trade. Could a president under this provision
We're gonna have to watch that clip
impose
from
a tariff as a way of trying to stave
Les
off
Wexner?
that war? Or would you say
Wex
no,
Lesnar?
the president lacks that
Lex
power?
Luthor?
Do tariff, but could do quota,
Luther
embargo,
Lexner?
all of those things.
Whatever his name
But
is.
the
Gave the
president
deposition
imposed the tariffs.
yesterday. The Republicans
There's
released
a
it
category shift between
in just a
tariff and
shocking
other
moment.
powers in IEPA
His
because of
lawyer
the
grabbed him
raising.
and
So it's not
threatened
a
to
difference
kill
in degree
him
or something
if
like
he
that.
answered any
That's why,
question with more
I
than
don't
5
talk to
words. And I
lawyers.
assume those 5
purpose
words
of this
are,
had nothing whatsoever to
I
do
am pleading the
with raising
fifth.
1 penny. The president didn't want to raise 1 penny. The president wanted.
Yeah,
to
I am pleading the fifth. That would be those 5 words.
You would say no, can't do that.
But Wexner just talk.
Many times the purpose isn't what you look at. You look to actually what the government is doing. And if you disagree, if you think we're, if you think, or excuse me, if you ruled for us and the
Columbus
president
is
says
by
we need this
far
power, he can go
the
to
best part of Ohio.
Congress tomorrow.
I can
and
say
get
that
it
with
by
100%
simple majority
certainty.
through reconciliation. But if
I've
you
never
vote
been to
for
Cleveland.
them, this power,
But I don't
as
think it
Justice
can top
Gorsuch
Columbus.
said, as Justice Barrett said, is going to be stuck with us forever. The power to
Can I
jump.
ask you?
I just wanted to give you a chance to address kind of the other.
Well, yeah, his lawyer is telling him to shut the fuck up
Again,
because he's a
fair
prolific pedophile,
Okay.
and he's going to incriminate himself.
Been focused on regulate importation, but actually the statute says the president may, by means of licenses or otherwise, regulate importation. And we've had some discussion today about the fact that maybe the president could simply
I bet Toledo was. I bet it was a hopping city.
as licenses or rejigger the
Because there were multiple
schemes so that they are licenses.
factories there. There wasn't like a main Ford plant or Chevy plant, right?
You
It's
know,
it was like
licenses and tariffs are very
offshoot
similar, so
industries.
Otherwise, might encompass tariffs there. Thoughts?
Yeah, a few thoughts, Justice Gorsuch. First
Chainsaw,
is,
good to see you, my
the
friend.
SG
Been a
is
little
not
bit.
even making that argument, and I think they're not making it for a number of reasons.
Try
One
to
is
find
that
me on
there's a strong
Facebook. I'm using my real
presumption
name.
against reading statutes this way in the unique tax and duties context. Hartramp is one of those cases which says if there's doubt, you don't read the statute to confer such powers. Second, if you were to do that, it's open-ended. It allows, and this was your hypothetical, it allows under the word license them to tariff the world,
Seems like you're putting a major questions thumb or an interpretive
Dean,
lens
you say there's
on the plain
pedophiles on
text.
both
Is that
sides of the
fair?
aisle,
I think
but
it's- I think
the
you could
vote
call
on the
major
Epstein
questions.
Transparency
I just think
Act
it's like
tells
Justice
me
Barrett said in Nebraska,
one side
providing the
cares,
most natural
every single
way
Democrat
of
voted for it,
understanding what this
and then
statute is
only
about. We're talking
a
about the
dozen
government's
Republicans
reading
voted
a
for it,
statute
around a
that
dozen.
gives the power to
And those
the
Republicans I
president
can
to junk
respect.
the entire
No, I
tariff.
Most of them are
understand,
leaving
but
Congress.
treating
Nancy
licenses or
Mace,
otherwise
MTG,
means what it says.
chief among them.
You're saying that we should interpret that narrowly for particular reasons.
So I think
So the
well, I think
overwhelming
I
majority of
disagree
the
with this one.
Republican
I think the
Party
licenses
voted
is
to
something Justice
protect
Sotomayor was saying.
pedophiles.
Don't
Donald Trump
expand
told
the power,
Marjorie
they
Taylor
are not
Greene
verbs, and so
that
it is limited to the 9 verbs
he
there.
couldn't release the files
And so
because his
regulate, I
friends
don't
would be
think-
hurt.
Thank you, Counsel.
He personally told her that. She's on camera saying that.
I'd like to just revisit the point that Justice.
Are you talking about old pube can?
On a similar question.
Tariffs are different because they're revenue raising, and I think it goes to the point I was saying to you in our very first colloquy, which is quotas, embargoes, and stuff are different for a different reason, which is there's a tariff architecture around Title 19, in Title 19, that in tariff would, like in your hypothetical, would supersede. And here the president is seeking the power to
FBI
set
taking
aside
Justin out,
all of our
always.
trade treaties unilaterally under the word regulate. I just don't think it can bear that weight.
Hey, Dean, arrest Bill Clinton. You see how easy that is?
Justice Alito?
You mentioned other tariff provisions.
Bill Clinton seems like a fucking creep, and he probably did shit wrong. But hey, he's willing to testify in public.
We adopted the government's interpretation of IEPA. One that
You got to respect that. And from all I can tell, it seems like Bill was fucking Ghislaine.
1930. Why doesn't the plain language of that provision, which does speak specifically about duties,
Every picture you see is like him and Ghislaine
provide a
cuddled up.
basis for all or virtually all of the tariffs that are at issue here.
Oh, now
The government's
clinically,
never
come
made that
on.
argument,
I
Justice
love
Alito,
P-Funk.
and I think for very good reason, because it only applies to MFN violations.
You talk
which are
about
not
me,
at issue
Brian
here. You can only tariff
Brainwash.
if the president, quote,
You're
finds
Brian
as a fact
Brainwash,
that a
okay.
country satisfies two conditions.
Brian
including that it
Brainwash.
discriminates
I
against
like
the
that.
United
That's a
States.
new thing
There are
on
also
this
a host
channel.
of other reasons why Section 338.
We got a
may
regular
lapse, and
Brian
that's why no
Brainwash in
president has
here.
ever used it. But look,
What is the argument that it's lapsed? It's regrettable. I mean, we put this case on a very...
Wait, he said the argument that it slaps?
There are limitations.
What song is he talking about?
And the party's ability to answer each other's arguments are arguments that are made by amici. The amicus brief says that it hasn't lapsed. There are articles that say it hasn't lapsed. What is your argument?
Oh, he might have said
What
lapsed
is the basis
instead of
for your
slaps.
argument that it lapsed?
So two things, Justice Alito. Sections 252 and 301.
I thought they were arguing if an album
to have
slapped or something.
superseded Section 338. And second, I don't think you have to get into this issue at all. We're not here saying that the government doesn't have a 338 power. That's something that can be decided by other courts at other times. As these folks come to the court, as the government comes to the court today, they're citing one statute and one statute only.
I was totally playing that shit in 2000 because I had Napster and
worldwide tariffs
was diving deep into all kinds of music.
Were to say, I'm reissuing these executive orders and I'm invoking, in addition to other authorities, Section 338 of the Tariff Act,
so
1930.
I think at
We
that point
found
have
out
that
the other
case,
day,
and
Red
I'm not
One,
here to
it's
say that 338
Ghislaine?
doesn't do one thing. I'm responding to the government.
I think that was it. Ghislaine.
Of IEPA and IEPA alone. But perhaps
listened to
that
her
point,
say it
Justice
multiple
Alito,
times.
So
gives
then,
the court some
I mean,
comfort.
I understand party presentation and all of that, and not being a court
Are they playing
first
smooth
view.
jazz
But in these
in
circumstances,
the press
if that
briefing
were to
room?
happen, and it might be a realistic possibility. You think
It's pronounced
okay, then
It's also pronounced
government would continue
pedophile.
to try to collect these tariffs, and the plaintiffs here would have to go back.
Would also
to the
accept
Court of
human
International
trafficker.
Trade or the district court and check.
Yeah, there is a
again, and
conspiracy
have
that wasn't really
through those lower courts
Ghislaine.
and come back to us.
But I can
a year
imagine
from
if your
now,
face
6
hasn't been
months from
Botox,
now,
if you were
while the
regularly
tariffs continue
Botoxing
to
your
be
face
collected and
already
the amount, that's it.
10 years ago, and you haven't had what? She's been in jail for
Billions,
6
I mean,
years
what are we
now?
at now 100 billion. We get up to $1 trillion.
7?
That's what you're suggesting.
And
just-
she hasn't had any Botox. She
Things.
hasn't
One
had
is,
any
I
of her
think it's
work
rich for the
done.
government
She's
to be
gotten
making this
older.
argument about the refunds
Didn't look like she had bigger
undermining us
tits.
because they
But, you know,
opposed the
that also
preliminary
kinda happens
injunction
to women
in
as they
this
get
case by
older.
Saying, oh, don't worry, we'll give the refunds later. And they sought a stay in the federal circuit on exactly that ground, which was you don't need to implement the federal circuit's decision because we'll give the refunds later on. And now they're suggesting.
Well, that really wasn't my question, Mr. Katyal. The question was whether it would make more sense for us to address that, if that is a possible justification for these tariffs, for us to address that
I've got some
now
dude
and get it over
on
with,
my
rather
YouTube
than
channel
having
that is like
this
obsessed
continue
with
for
commenting
who
and
knows
telling
how
me
long.
I harass women by calling them at their office and objectifying their bodies. To which I respond, like, how can I objectify them when the women I called, one was a Maxim model in the video I'm commenting, like I'm talking about her ass, yeah, but it's a video of her ass that she took and posted.
If you ruled as we're suggesting you do,
put it up for,
against the
like,
government,
literally
they
to
can go
show
and
her
try and seek
ass.
to use other authorities, whether it's 338,
And then the second one had
etc. Those are the ways prescribed.
had a thing in her
And as
office
Justice
to
Kavanaugh
have
was saying
staffers go
earlier,
on Reddit and
every
try to
other
boost her
president
status as
has
the hottest
used all the
congresswoman.
suite of other authorities, 201 for steel, for autos and things like
If
that.
you now,
For
Joni Ernst,
countries like China, this president has come along and
she
said
hasn't done
different,
anything for
and
me
with
to
all due respect,
objectify
we
her, and I don't think I've ever talked about her
to do
tits or
this
her
jumping
ass
of the worldwide
on
tariff
stream.
And what was the view, what were the views?
See how that works?
of President Trump's immediate predecessors on the question of imposing tariffs or allowing.
Well, I mean, Ducky,
What
good
was their
afternoon, and I
policy?
just assume, you know, that's why she posted it, right? It's her video of her ass.
About that, but you know, the executive order. My friend said, well, prior.
And you may say, what video are you talking about,
use
Justin? It's this one.
Tariff power, which is belied by the very executive order he's defending here, which says that the trade deficits have been large and persistent every
then she
single
winks.
quarter since 1976, and we've had trade wars. President Reagan initiated.
How dare I objectify her.
Different authorities, but never once did a president try and seek a EPA as the basis to rewrite the entire tariff code.
I found it interesting to hear you make the non-delegation argument, Mr. Cattell. I wonder if you ever thought that your legacy as a constitutional advocate would be the man who revived the non-delegation argument.
Heck yes, Justice Alito. I think Justice Gorsuch nailed it on the head when saying that when you're dealing with a statute that is this open-ended, unlike anything we've ever seen, to give the president this kind of power, yes, this isn't just delegation running riot. This is delegation that's a legislative
Wouldn't you agree that statutes that confer on the president
speak for yourself, Dean.
powers are often phrased much more broadly than other statutes?
Once again, I pointed it out. I called Joni Ernst many times and not said anything sexist or misogynist to her.
The very nature of an emergency provision
I don't
is
think.
going to be more open-ended.
So, Justice Alito, we think it actually cuts the other way. As I was saying earlier, that's what Justice Jackson said. And, you already confronted that in James and Moore and said it's not that open-ended, even though it's an emergency.
I did make, what one would consider disgusting comments about, Polina and Luna's ass and Nancy Mace's titties.
Proclamation of an emergency.
But both of those women have invited me to comment on those things.
The use of military force in 2001, which gave the president the power to use all appropriate force. Now that's pretty open-ended. Would you apply the same non-delegation argument there that you do here?
Of course not, because there you have shared powers between the president in Article 1 and Article 2 powers. That's what I was saying.
Well, it gets into the question of whether it was delegated or not. What was the scope of the delegation?
Absolutely, but there, it's military. There's a whole unique history behind that. But here you're talking about something that is exclusively committed to Congress.
And it's not like that's the only picture or video of her ass. There's multiple, believe me. I've got them.
In emergency statutes, they have all sorts of limits. So
got numerous pictures of her ass.
Says that in a declaration of war or a national emergency, the president can, quote, undertake military construction necessary to support emergency use.
Or this woman begging to be considered the hottest congresswoman.
I'm fascinated that the two instances.
Wow, that's a lot of people. That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off.
Well, there is. It's called the majority opinion, you dipshit.
They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices.
They crafted this speech for him. He's reading.
Case you have, it's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular.
I kind of like the lighting, I'm going to be honest.
And lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid
the Supreme Court.
They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities, as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P.
Wait, didn't it go back down? Isn't it not over 50,000 anymore?
Landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said you'll never be able. You'll go back and you read.
It's at 49.3.
Geniuses, read their statements. All of the Nobel Prize winners in economics, they said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear, could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that
he fell asleep.
Could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things.
He's struggling.
But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into...
Oh, I love that C-SPAN put the Dow up.
When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect.
Did he just say he's going to ignore the Supreme Court?
Alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country-destroying embargo. I can embargo I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore.
This is so embarrassing.
But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license. It's a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries. But a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction. Man. Probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%. But now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so up, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent.
Your ears are coming in hot with a great joke.
I disagree with the court's holding today. The decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't. He's right. In fact, I can charge much more than
Chad, does it seem like there's something wrong with him?
So I'm going to
Yeah, he's slurring words real bad.
I disagree with the court's holding today. The decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. They did just come back.
Tariffs and
that meeting was in Europe, wasn't it? Or was it here?
Tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes
he could be jet lagged.
Think of that. Those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The Trade Act of 1974, Sections 122, 201, 301. And the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338.
But we won't get that lucky politically.
But it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for frankly, his genius and his great ability. Very proud of that appointment. In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible. And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way, they'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better.
I've not heard a proposal for 21.
Pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years, to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's used to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA, anything. I just can't charge anybody for it.
IEEPA is what Trump says when he's incontinent.
But it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, you know, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariff authorities. So we can use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating...
So now that's going to get challenged in court, and it's going to be another year before we get a ruling.
...to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And
Sir, are you still at work?
Made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have
unfortunately
questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so
is he going to take questions? He's probably not.
Be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and you know, they're sleazebags, major sleazebags, but I know them, and they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country, and they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have a totally firm decision now, and I don't think the court meant it.
He absolutely fell asleep yesterday.
Spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now, and the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've already taken in. Yeah, please.
Oh, we get questions, yay.
Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've
I didn't call
spoken about...
you in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold?
I don't know, but they're great justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great. And Justice Alito, too, to add to the group. These are great men.
Right.
With a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now?
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers, and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and I went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We were in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech.
Air Force One is huge.
They make steel products. And I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man. But a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week. And then you came in and imposed tariffs, and all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thank you. But you know what?
That's a new drop for me.
He said, oh, this is a great place in Georgia. He said, all up and down the highway. Same exact answer.
Cruiser, we'll get to it in a second, but Andrew was actually accused of
we're all going out of business,
exposing state secrets to Jeffrey Epstein. So no, it's not anything about abusing children.
Like we haven't, he said, like
but that's what the
and he's
files
been in business
exposed.
for, I think, 45 years, like we've never hired before. That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now.
I thought you were asking. I'm sorry.
That are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be
welcome in.
Including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position. The position I have as President of the United States had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is, to charge tariffs. You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with...
Yeah, no president has ever used tariffs before. He's the first.
Came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips. For 30 years longer, they're
eating the Lays. They're eating the Doritos.
They put our companies... Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration. And now all those companies... in Taiwan.
It was on fire, and he ran into a burning building,
Arizona,
saved
Texas,
Intel.
And various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs. They're all pouring into the United States. But just like that great patriot said yesterday, sir, what you've done, nobody thought was possible. And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, you've done something nobody's ever done. 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession, and you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th, and it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What was said ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court
please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through...
He ain't wrong about the billionaires. Those are his friends. That's his side.
But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. That's why I respect so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they not only dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent, you know, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels. No, you please. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time.
Right.
January jobs
said it again today.
Expectations, CPI report beat expectation, real wages are up. What would you tell Americans who are worried that this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace off track?
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this, we really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago.
Weird.
Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses, almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army.
Yeah, where do you think all the cheap goods come from, Trump?
With President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China.
Or did. They've moved on from China now.
As a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more than they could make by selling fentanyl. And I said, you know, at some point you're going to say, like, and they have reduced it. You know, fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is our strong border. We have a strong border now. But thank you. Thank you for your question.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way. And we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first place. But it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time. But the end result is going to get us more money. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, please. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed.
Unfortunately, it's probably going to be more than 3 years of
this. They're saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. They say, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years. Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them? And do you view this as a potential undermining power for your negotiations?
We're going straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
Roberts authored the majority opinion and was joined by Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett.
Federal policies, you claim that
and all the
they will pay
Democrats,
for them.
or all the liberals.
Well, like the farmers, we took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly. And last week I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly. And countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam, just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said,
"Did he want to kiss you too?"
You're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And Canada said to Jameson, I might want to say it, Jameson, but Canada said, I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So, to the president's point, we have a lot of tools out there. In Section 122, which will be implemented today, it will be signed today and implemented very
He's got Howard Lutnick by his side.
Section 1 investigations, which are incredibly legally
The Commerce Secretary that almost certainly raped kids.
address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out, and we're going to keep
Took his own kids to Pedophile Island. What a piece of shit.
That's the trend it has.
And that was his defense. I took my wife and kids to the Pedophile Island. I'm not a bad guy.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court. And Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism.
No, not bipartisan.
Of the tariffs.
Excuse me.
There's several
A few
Republicans
people.
have said that.
Yeah,
But
a few
why
people.
wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to.
push tariffs.
I have the
through?
right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been approved by Congress. So there's no.
He can do whatever he wants.
All we're
according to
doing
him.
is we're going through a little bit more complicated process. Not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs. And the Congress people and the Congress,
down the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
been votes
you
in
know
the
why?
Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 215 votes.
You lost Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of the most loyal soldiers you had.
3 votes.
Because you're protecting
We got-
pedophiles.
What was the
and
score
are
on the Republicans?
almost certainly a pedophile
215 to
yourself.
3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left, because these people have been destroying. They are destroying our country. Please.
Mr. President, the 122 tariffs, that 10%,
Yeah.
is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively. I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to look. The man I met with yesterday, who owned a factory,
Who wanted to
was out
kiss
of
you.
business. He was out of business, and now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in. He's got a brand new crane. I said, "How old is that crane?" We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers of the, much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people. But when I saw him, and then he said it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down, other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock. I had it a month ago.
I do not believe you.
Went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the
I
early
do not think the head of Ford is named
where, by
Bill
the way,
Ford.
I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years. We have the lowest
Jim
murder rate.
Fraley.
Okay. And our crime is way down in the country. The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge...
Okay. Bill Ford is the executive chair of the board. Okay.
That's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can ever... This is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which will...
Thank you, guys.
In pretty good course. We have a very incompetent Fed
also, welcome in, DJ Dub.
who likes high interest rates. For political reasons, he likes them. But we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the country of Switzerland, we were getting almost no tariffs from them. We had a $40 billion deficit. And the prime minister called me up. She said, but we are a small country, because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful.
I hope you enjoyed your vacation, though.
Elite. But if we put a tariff...
Was he really born in Argentina?
She said, but
you're shitting
we're a
me.
Small country. I said, you're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that, a lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well. But I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question. I think it's a reasonable answer.
President Trump, you said that you were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision? What you felt when you...
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to... I mean, I read the paragraphs. I read very well. Great comprehension. I read everything.
When you look at history and understand all the different Red Scares we've had in this country,
but we can't,
there's been nothing the equivalent of all the Nazis that have actually ran things in this country.
People in D.C. maybe, I don't know what
things start making a lot more sense.
There's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation. But it's okay, because what has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs.
Drake, welcome in.
Uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags, I know them well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before.
Yeah, Trump suing the Treasury
we're strong
for the release of his taxes,
we
which was done by like a private person. It wasn't somebody at the IRS.
Military. I rebuilt the military.
It was like a contractor.
We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, you know, we could do much better.
And then all the senators wanting the taxpayers to pay for them because
javelins and all
Jack Smith tapped their phone
too slow
for being criminals.
Put them on notice, and they're going to make our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well, and we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word certainty is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed certainty.
Satanic picnics does sound like a lot of fun.
As Jameson said 1,000 times, literally, I said hundreds of times. He said, sir, actually thousands of times. And one in all...
Thousands of times, Jay Jameson has said, get me pictures of Spider-Man.
The problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade. Maybe they weren't business-oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies, too, you know. I respectfully say we had some real dummies. So So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asked every time I got up. You'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs?
Byronic,
Now we
welcome
can.
in.
And by the way, in their decision, they specifically said we can do these. We have alternatives. Yeah.
David, on the trade deals that were negotiated using IEEPA tariffs,
Yeah.
do those stand now, or are they have to be
Well,
redone?
some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't, and they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court justices who ruled against this the policy, striking it down, are they still invited to your State of the Union next week? And will you speak with them?
They are invited, barely. Barely. 3 are happily invited. No, they're barely invited.
The State of the Union is Tuesday.
Care less if they come, okay?
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
thank you, Mr. President. On the trade deal, which is the framework which is to be signed with India sometime soon, will that stand now? And on the decision, nothing changes.
No, nothing changes. They'll be paying tariffs, and we will not be paying tariffs. Our deal with India is they pay tariffs. This is a reversal from what it used to be, as you know. India, and I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually. But he was
not really
much smarter than the people that he was against.
Nelson, welcome in.
In terms of the United States, he was ripping us off in India. So we made a deal with India, and it's a fair deal now. And we are not paying tariffs to them, and they are paying tariffs. We did a little flip.
Markets are up as of now for this. Mr. President.
No, the India deal is on here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on it. We're just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there is another war that you stopped and you should take a credit, which is in Syria. Secretary Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian Foreign Minister and the Kurdish General Muslim Abdi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. How will your administration will make sure that this peace is sustained? And do you support the idea of...
Well, it's a very different topic, and so I don't want to spend a lot of time. But all I can say is that the president of Syria, who I essentially put there, is doing a phenomenal job. He's a rough guy. He's not a choir boy. A choir boy couldn't do it. But
I haven't even looked into him. Who's the president now after Assad fled?
And thus far, he's been very good to the Kurds. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Apparently he was installed by Trump and I wasn't paying attention.
Talks with them. Do you have any message to the Iranian people?
The Iranian people in Iran or people here?
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very sad situation.
The people of the United States are a lot different than the leaders of the United States.
Over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang 2 weeks ago, hang, some by crane. They lift them up with a tall crane, and they play them around the square. They were going to hang 800.
And I'm assuming you were like, why can't I do that?
And I gave them the word, if you hang one person, even one person, that you're going to be hit right then and there. I wasn't waiting 2 weeks and negotiating. And they gave up the hanging. They didn't hang 837. Supposedly they didn't hang anybody. But no, I feel very badly for the people of Iran. They've lived in hell. Please.
I can recommend some people that
foreign
deserve to hang.
The Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not, will you investigate that?
You're going to find out.
What alternatives are you going to put into place in your relationship with Europe and also those tariffs that have been called illegal? How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia, that you sanctions?
Well, I want Europe to strengthen up. Europe has gone woke. Europe is not recognizable when you go into so many places. Not all countries. You look at
up yours, woke.
You look at Hungary. You look at
we'll see who
Poland,
who.
Czech, Slovakia. There are some countries that have gone very much the opposite. Some really, and some others. But Europe has to be strong, and they become.
I've been doing this show so long,
and not recognized.
Jordan Peterson's not even a thing anymore.
I don't want to be specific, but I think everyone knows what.
Charlie Kirk's not even a thing anymore.
You live in sexual anarchy.
They become. The environmentalists have taken over. They've got windmills destroying their fields and their beautiful meadows and their oceans, and They're paying a fortune. Now, Europe has to get smart.
Rush Limbaugh's not a thing
Two
anymore.
things, energy and
As a
immigration.
conservative, it's
And if
getting
they don't
harder and
solve
harder
both
to
of
not
them
look like a
fast,
kook.
Europe is not the same place. Yeah, please.
Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today?
I
And
am.
do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think that.
Oh yeah, has Prager passed yet? We were on Prager Death Watch there for a while.
It's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
Specifically on that $2,000 tariff check.
Mr. President,
I didn't call you.
You didn't call me?
Yeah, Mr. President, to be clear, do you believe at the end of implementing these new tariff tools, the tariff rate and tariffs will ultimately be higher than they currently are?
Potentially higher. It depends, whatever we want them to be. But we want them to be fair for other countries. And, you know, we have some countries that have treated us really badly for years. And it's going to be high for them. And we have other countries that have been very good. And it's going to be very reasonable.
Yeah, Prager's got a new book coming out.
So specifically on the tariffs question, I mean on the $2,000.
I didn't call you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you have any plans to travel to India for the Quad Summit, and how do you think your relationship with India is right now?
I think my relationship with India is fantastic. And we're doing trade with India. India pulled out of Russia. You know, India was getting its oil from Russia, right? And they pull way back at my request because.
Oh, you're right. The justice system in America has gone to hell because Trump is our president and not rotting in prison.
My relationship with Prime Minister Modi is, I would say, great. I also stopped a war between India and Pakistan, as you know. There were 10 planes we shot down. That war was going.
Or, you know.
Probably going nuclear. And just yesterday.
Serving a sentence for treason.
Said President Trump saved 35 million lives by getting them to stop. That's and I did it largely with tariffs. I said, look, you're going to fight that's fine, but you're not going to do business with the United States.
But we're on TikTok.
A 200% tariff, each country. And they called up and they said, we have made peace. Okay? I just want to thank you all. Look, great certainty has been brought back to the economy of the United States and actually the economy of the world because we generate so much.
I got taken down from TikTok the other day.
And we're now the strongest by far. We were a country that was dead.
For misinformation. I don't know. It didn't tell me what misinformation was.
We're going to keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dean, you don't know how our country works now. You're an idiot.
32,000 were killed in Iran, sir?
I bet, War
President
Machine.
Trump reacting to the Supreme Court overturning his authority to impose sweeping tariffs. Coming up shortly,
we were supposed to respect his authority.
Secretary Scott Bessent, who will be discussing the tariffs at the Economic Club of Dallas. That'll be live here on C-SPAN. You can also watch on C-SPAN Now, our free mobile video app, and online at cspan.org.
Is it going to keep going? Are they going to flip us to calls? Dean, you sound like so stupid, my friend. I can't do it. Let's hear from the CEO that was behind the challenge. Oh, here we go.
President, such as AOC.
This is Rand Paul.
From using emergency powers to enact socialism, referring to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from New York. And Congresswoman Susie Lee saying, good. Tariffs make life more expensive for hardworking Americans and have taken a wrecking ball to Southern Nevada's tourism economy. At a time when costs are skyrocketing across the country, tariffs are the last thing.
We're going to leave this to hear from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who's speaking.
Dean, you have a lot to say. I'm going to give you the opportunity to say it. The phone lines are open, 917-830-4359. Please explain to me how California is a shithole. I would love to know. Once again, one of my closest friends lives there. Two very close friends live in California. They say right-wingers are batshit crazy. Like, they're just making up this idea that California is some hellhole. It's still like the fifth, I think, moved up fourth largest economy in the world. It's expensive. Drake, aren't you also a California resident? Would you like to call in, sir? 917-830-4359. Please explain to me what you're talking about. You can win me over. Make an argument, my friend. Oh yeah, that's also like every other state in this country lives off of California, New York, Illinois, and Texas. And that's like a fact. Since Dean won't call in, we'll go back to Secretary Scott Bessent. There are a couple other states that, depending on the year, also are giver states. There's a handful. But predominantly the rest of the country lives off of California, New York, Texas, Illinois. I think it might be that order. It used to be Illinois third, but I think Texas has overtaken it. Not because of the illiterate dipshits in rural Texas. It's because, you know, Dallas and Houston.
Global trade paradigm. And over time, diversified supply chains also reduce inflationary...
This Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
...risk of sudden disruption. 1 year into the president's second term, we are already seeing and will continue to see results. Industrial might and technological dominance are mutually dependent and reinforcing, which is why the U.S. must maintain its technological edge. The global economy is undergoing a period of rapid transformation with breakthrough advances in AI, quantum computing, and advanced manufacturing. The countries that adopt and deploy these technologies most effectively will shape the next era.
And I didn't even mention, like, Texas has an amazing, like, medical corridor.
To lead, as we always have. For 250 years, American innovation...
Like, there's so much good about Texas, but then, like, its state government is horribly ran.
An existential battle to maintain and accelerate technological dominance. The production and development of AI infrastructure will be crucial to both economic growth and national security in this next industrial revolution. Beyond production, leadership in AI adoption is another crucial component of economic security. At Treasury, through this Financial Stability Oversight Council, we are working with regulators and industry leaders to further responsible AI.
He's boring me, though. He's given a speech to some sort of economic forum. Let's hear from the CEO that brought the suit that ended up taking down Trump's tariff authority.
Let's go live now to Rick Waldenberg, CEO of Learning Resources, who made headlines last year when he took the White House to court challenging Trump's sweeping global tariffs. Thank you so much for joining us on 24/7 today, because your lawsuit is what led up to all of this. What is your response to the Supreme Court's ruling?
Well, we're excited. We're feeling vindicated. We felt that the tax was an unlawful tax, and we're excited to see the Supreme Court take a very strong stance in favor of the equal application of law to all of us.
I know you're excited. This ruling just came down today, not too long ago. I assume you have a lot of questions about what comes next for you and what comes next for your business.
Now, who is he?
Well, we're going to take this one step at a time. So, big victory. Now we need to pursue getting our money back.
Please font him. Who is this dude?
I'm not going to speculate on like what may happen next from a policy standpoint. We're anxious to run our business and help kids as much as we can.
Talk to me about the impact of tariffs on
Rick
your business.
Waldenberg,
Why did you feel
the
need
CEO
to
of
take
Learning
this step,
Resources
take
and
this
Hand
case
to Mind.
the Supreme Court?
Well, on a run rate basis, the tariffs that were announced in the week of Liberation Day would have completely destroyed our business. Our business is a fourth generation family business. We've had a family business for over 100 years. We're also a mission driven business. So in those circumstances, you feel a high sense of responsibility and duty. We also have, over 500 employees and full-time equivalents. Their families count on us for their livelihood. So it was pretty easy. We needed to stand up for all those things that matter so much to us.
Frank, tell me more about your business. What is it that you do?
We make hands-on learning materials for schools and educational toys for home. We sell in over 100 countries. And so we market our products for children 18 months to, say, 8th grade on basic subjects: math, science, reading, language, STEM, coding, social emotional learning. That's what we focus on. And so we feel as though in the absence of our company, there might be a tear in the fabric of the universe. And so, we need to defend that.
And so when these tariffs went into place, in what
a tear in the fabric of the universe.
Talk about just the things that you were bringing into the country in order to, whether it's to sell or to make things for your business. How much?
I assume he's being a little hyperbolic, overdramatic.
We certainly knew
better there than my
pants. Mr. Trump intended to do this, and we were trying to adjust our business, but no one had the imagination to see that he would do what he did. He promised on the stump that he might go as high as 60%, and then he went 2.5 times that in the week of Liberation Day. So it was kind of game over. And overnight, we had to dramatically increase our
He went
efforts
2.5 times 60%. What in the
I've
fuck?
kind of described it as being
That's some Steiner math.
refugee. You're just going to higher ground and hoping that will be better. So we made the best guesses we could, and sometimes in the course of moving, things changed because the rules changed about every 48 hours for a year.
Wow.
So it's very, very disruptive. Cost a lot of money. Made us change our growth.
Ooh, that could have been it, Krill.
We cut spending dramatically to survive it. And
he actually placed a tariff on intergalactic
we finished
trade.
the year in a healthy condition, but it's not exactly the same business that it would have been but for this enormous and unlawful tax.
Yeah. Rick, I know you said you don't want to speculate about policy, but what are you hoping for right now?
I think that the court case, the decision offers everyone involved to take a breath and to think about, like, what's the right priorities from the standpoint of the national interest. I don't think you can lump an educational toy company in with an auto manufacturer or a chip fab. If the priorities are making chips in the United States, maybe you should have rules about chip companies and not sweep us in with them. I told the folks that work at our company that as far as I'm concerned, they're not a rounding error here. And I refuse to let our company and the people that work at our company be denigrated that way. We're important, what we do is important, and they need to take into account that there are a lot of businesses out there that are smaller than, the Fortune 500 that matter. We matter to our communities and we matter to our customers. And in this case, we matter to schools, educate our children. So have more tailored rules. And if the government needs more revenue, Mr. James Madison has left rules in place that govern how that revenue is to be raised. Follow those rules, and I'll have no recourse against them. They raise our taxes, they lower our taxes.
See, you're dropping a little education on us now. You should have done that the whole
Rick Waldenberg,
interview.
CEO of Learning Resources, thank you so much for your time. We really do appreciate you giving us a
I don't know what it is, but I really like this this anchor.
Your voice and your story. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's watch another one from her. She has some business leaders reacting to Trump's tariffs here.
Now let's bring in CBS News correspondent Jolene Kent. Jolene, good to see you today. There's a big question of what impact this ruling will have on the economy.
Yeah, well, the average American household was losing their about $1,700 in real income due to these tariffs. So as we look at the major economic impact, this was an economic blow to the president's agenda without question. And we're hearing from small businesses all around the country who have really suffered from these tariffs, who have felt that they've had to raise their prices on their consumers over the last year to absorb some of that incoming cost. And just reading some of these texts here that we're getting incoming from small businesses. Beth Beneke, the CEO of Busy Baby Map in Zimbrata, Minnesota, down in southern Minnesota.
Bumper baby, buggy baby bumper buggies? What did she say?
And just reading some of these texts here that we're getting incoming from small businesses. Beth Beneke, the CEO of Busy Baby Map in
Beth Beneke, the CEO of Busy Baby Map. Say that one 5 times fast.
Zimbrata, Minnesota, down in southern Minnesota. She tells me this is a major relief. This is bitter.
Was it Busy Baby Matt? Or was it Busy Baby Math?
You take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning. But then you take my 75% chance of winning, and then add 66 and 2/3%. I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning.
He let me down the other day. He posted on Twitter, like you can earn a follow from Freakzilla. And I was like, I have a graphic on my show. I showed in my chat. Like, they love it. I've taught them Steiner math. They're not even wrestling fans. He didn't give me a follow back. And like you go down through all his replies and they're all like ads. He had like some person, it's probably not even him, running the Twitter. And dude's like, you should follow me because I got jacked at the gym. And then the response is, oh, you need to get you some Scott Steiner supplements. And I'm like, oh God, everything's just such a scam. Such a letdown. I should have known better. I should have known it wasn't sincerely Big Papa Pump on Twitter. Like, oh, I want cool people to follow back. No, it's just some marketing bullshit like it always is. And that makes me so sad. Everything's just a fucking gimmick.
You take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning.
I don't like the world that we live in. I'd like to change it, but
sweet. Now her job, she says, is to figure out how small businesses like hers can get refunded, as Jan Crawford was talking about just now. Emily Lay, CEO of Simplified. It's a really popular stationery and planner business. She's down in Sarasota, Florida. She told me this morning she's thrilled, in all caps, that she's relieved. And you know, she's been going for about 20 years. She says she's never had a challenge like this before. In a separate lawsuit, she sued the Trump administration on similar grounds to what we saw today out of the Supreme Court. And she is now also going to be seeking refunds and trying to regroup and figure this out. And for so many small businesses, this has really been about whether or not they can grow, whether or not they have to lay off workers, and also, of course, prices. So when it comes to prices that you're paying, for example, at the grocery store, we do expect to see prices drop more immediately on like fresh fruits and veggies, but other things like apparel and other types of imports, those decreases may take a little bit more time to go.
And Jolene, we know that the Supreme Court didn't really mention much about just the avenue into which people can get refunds, but I'm sure that's what those business owners are looking for, right?
Yeah, that is what they're looking for. And of course, all of this takes time.
Speaking of refunds, if you haven't done your taxes yet,
time to actually
might want to get on that.
Major economic impact. We're now seeing.
I did see numbers something like 11% to 17% more than previous
refunds. What small businesses are telling me is that they feel like they have some clarity here. And what's also interesting too is what the Small Business Coalition is saying here. They said, you know, they have paid.
I always have to wait until after February 15th because they don't process it. If you're just like a straight W-2, I think you can do it like just as soon as you get your W-2 and they'll go ahead and process it. But if you have any other like shit, like I have like deductions and stuff for my business, it doesn't process until after the 15th. So always just wait until after the 15th to do it. That's been a new thing in the last few years. It didn't used to be a thing. But then again, I probably had W-2s back in the day and had contracting on the side. So I don't know.
Paid the tariffs, and they deserve their money back. And this coalition is saying American small businesses, not foreign governments, paid billions of dollars in IEEPA tariffs.
Reminder that Trump appointed 2 of the justices that ruled against him.
They have dipped into their personal savings, taken out high interest loans, laid off employees, and cut wages to cover costs. That is really borne out
welcome in, friend.
that we've done over the past year. And so the Small Business Coalition, they want every single dollar returned.
And Jolene, I'm not sure this is a question we have an answer to because this ruling just came down today. But for those watching thinking, well, prices went up because of tariffs, what does that mean for me? Do we have an answer to that?
I think it's going to be very gradual. You may see more impact on grocery items like fresh fruits and vegetables, but then when it comes to electronics, apparel, other types of goods that have a longer lead time when it comes to manufacturing, that will be slower. But remember, we're also dealing with decisions from major companies who are also
Did we even get, like, they didn't interview any business owners. I thought that's what we were going to get. It was just a reporter relaying information. Let's go live. I think Ilhan Omar and other lawmakers are outside of the Whipple building in Minneapolis.
Congress or our 2 U.S. senators, and we will do everything in our power to hold those agents accountable. Their leadership is telling us they have to tell you their badge number. They're telling us they should not be staging in these sensitive locations.
This is live outside of the Whipple building in Minneapolis where ICE has been staging their operations.
If that is happening in Minnesota,
and also holding detainees.
Take it on all the way and make sure that people are held accountable.
Question. Do you plan to visit another time after this one as well?
Yes, you know, we will continuously make attempts. You know, we're also interested at looking at some other detention centers where some of our constituents might be detained. I'd also talk to them about possibly visiting some of these county jails where people are detained. They promise that they'll give me a list. They'll give us a list of the people that are detained in those 4.
I have never seen a microphone cover like that. I assume it's like a very expensive wind cover because it is very windy out there. But it doesn't really look like a microphone. It looks like one of those things that you punch to test out your strength. And it comes back at you.
County jails so that we can see if any of our constituents are in there and then make the proper request to have a visit with them.
No question. I'm activist underscore Derek. I'm an independent person, activist also. I'm a legal observer. So for me to come to my community, so what should I...
Lori, why should I believe nothing that comes out of her mouth?
Let them know we are safe to legal observe them without any obstruction from them or any violence that I personally have been violated by these agents.
Yeah, well,
you would probably tell me you're not a racist. However, if you come straight into my chat and be like, do not believe the black woman,
people to continue
with zero backing argument or evidence or anything, what am I supposed to conclude?
ICE or Border Patrol in any sort of violent way. We want everybody to remain safe. So if you are able and want to observe and record them from a distance so that you are able to get that information in case they are acting unlawfully, that is something that we should all continue to do to keep one another safe. What they've told us is that they want us...
She pisses idiots and bigots off, so I like her an awful lot.
Carried out. They told us to let them know if people are witnessing folks staging at hospitals, schools, and places of worship. They also told us that...
I know, I'm not usually on Fridays, or we're doing fun things.
Of multiple masked agents with paramilitary weapon is not something that we should be seeing. So if you are observing that, please document it and reach out to our offices so that we can provide that information to them. If you interact with an ICE agent and they are refusing to provide their badge number, please record that interaction, document that interaction, let us know. Because we were frank with them about the fact that there hasn't been accountability for the lawlessness that we have been seeing. There hasn't been transparency from these federal law agents in us understanding who you are and what you're doing in our communities and why are we being terrorized. They objected to the idea that people have been disappeared. We explained to them, it is our job when community members cannot be located for us to look at the ICE locator and see if people are in there. And there's been many a times when we look and we can't find any of them. When we reach out to ICE's office or HSI and ask them, can you give us information? They send us to their liaisons in Washington, D.C. That is not how normal operations used to take place here. That is not the standard in which they interact with congressional offices. And we were very frank about that. And they told us they do agree that is not.
Hi, Stephen Pop. What's she lying about? What lies? What money did she steal from the American people?
Back to regular conduct, and we will hold them accountable to that.
The tone they are using, right, is very different than the height of Operation Metro Surge. Yeah. But are the actions they're using different?
Again, if you don't have a substantive argument, I'm just going to assume you're a racist because you're coming in here and being like, black woman lying.
We made it absolutely clear under no uncertain premise that they need to completely draw down from Minnesota, that until these agents stop targeting and terrorizing our neighbors, that we are going to keep coming back.
Mary Ellen, welcome in. Good afternoon.
What we saw today, we are going to make sure it will take court action, that our authority to show up and observe what's happening without 7 days of notice for them to get ready and move everybody out before we walk through the door. We're not going to stop until those rights, because they are responsibilities, are restored to members of Congress.
Thank you all.
Really quickly, is there a kitchen facility on site here? How do they feed these?
There is a room.
Okay,
where food
here's the thing, Christensen.
We were not able to go.
She didn't have sex with her brother. That's just a lie you people tell. You're the ones lying.
Told now that the
I see the crosses on your profile.
That they are moving.
You're commanded by your God not to bear false
average
witness.
Within 6 hours.
Like, do you see how disgusting
12
you
hours
are?
is maximum. To a different holding facility. So we know that was not the case at the height of Operation Metro Surge. Again, this felt.
And like, we can't have a discussion about what these women are talking about because of the racism and sexism in my chat. It's wild. America is cooked.
And feel it, not just us, but our constituents reporting back to us.
We witnessed children being released in T-shirts. What's your view on
Go ahead.
Sorry, something you said earlier about, your district. Is it your sense that some of these operations are busier outside the metro than they were before, that it's shifted?
Yeah, I think we certainly have reports in my congressional district, in the suburbs, in the exurbs, that instead of traveling in caravans through the city.
So this is live right now outside of the Whipple building.
Targeted actions.
They did a tour. This is following yesterday's Senate hearing in the Minnesota State Senate. Apparently got a little contentious over civil rights violations.
Sorry. Senator Holmstrom.
Yeah, I have a question for Senator Fattah. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead. Okay. What's your question? Go ahead.
The Sheriff's Association has correctly asserted that this bill will likely destroy all federal and state-local partnerships. These partnerships are crucial in prosecuting fraud like Feeding Our Future, and obviously will be necessary in prosecuting the $9 billion in fraud moving forward. So I'll just plainly ask you, was it your intent to make these investigations harder, or was the goal just to undermine fraud investigations explicitly into the future?
Senator Fattah.
So, once again, the Biden administration, U.S. Attorney's Office, prosecuted the Feeding Our Futures fraud. Woman is currently serving time. I wouldn't doubt that Trump ends up pardoning her. She's trying to petition Republicans to get her out because she's blaming the Somalis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Holmstrom, or Senator, I apologize, for that question. And the answer is no. But what we have seen is that at least 14 federal prosecutors have resigned, including the lead prosecutor for Feeding Our Future. So this operation has not been
14 federal prosecutors in that district have resigned over the behavior of our current DOJ.
Been about fraud. It's been made far worse by jeopardizing the current cases that we've seen, and that's a direct result about the actions from our federal government. And if anyone else wants to jump in, I'll allow them to.
Senator Champion.
And just briefly, again, there was no intent at all in order to undermine any investigation or nothing of the sort. In fact, if you look at the second division, the subdivision 2, really what we're saying is that if a federal agency or others are going to be here and wants to partner with our local agencies, that they abide by the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, and the Minnesota Constitution, and that's really what they should be doing.
Yeah, DJ Dub, there's just too much to cover in this hellscape. They hung a banner of Trump on the DOJ yesterday. Republicans would have lost their minds if Biden had done something like, or Obama.
Doing anyway, but we just explicitly make certain that that is the information that they would have to abide by in subdivision 2.
Any further discussion or questions from members of the committee? Senator Holmstrom.
Follow up to that, are you saying that it's an unintended consequence that it shuts down all the fraud?
Carla, welcome in. Thank you for the resub.
To this point, the only effective fraud investigations, or at least wholesale, have been from the federal agencies, which require help from local authorities.
Senator Holmstrom, if complying with the Constitution shuts down an investigation, then the investigation ought to be shut down. Any further discussion from members of the committee? Not seeing anything further. Senator Kroon, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question is for the authors. We have in our packets a letter from the Minnesota Sheriff's Association that's where Senator Holmstrom's quote just came from. And
now we're moving on to civil rights violations.
In drafting or creating this bill, that if you've worked with the Sheriff's Association or any other law enforcement agencies.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the questions, Senator Kroon. We are open to working with anyone, but we did not work with them specifically on
State Senator Bobby Joe Champion.
Take their thoughts, or what we would believe their thoughts, into consideration. For an example, there was a concern that they expressed that this is duplicative of Section 1983 and will lead to costly and unnecessary litigation. That's incorrect. Because the federal civil rights statute, Section 1983, only applies to suing state and local officials for federal constitutional violations. There is no mechanism right now for federal officials to be sued under 1983. There was another concern that was expressed by them around Bivens, and saying that the U.S. Supreme Court precedent is a viable remedy for federal abuse cases, so that this state-based cause of action is redundant. As I mentioned earlier, and I'm not certain if you're in the room, but the Bivens decision has been dramatically narrowed over the years, making it almost impossible to hold federal officials accountable for constitutional violations. In fact, I mentioned that it's been 50 years, 50. And no action of the Bivens Act for over 50 years. So we don't believe there is a problem there. There was one additional concern that was stated around that state and local task forces wouldn't be able to function. We believe that they would be able to function, and clearly what we are doing here is not to subvert or deter or create a problem for individuals to.
So these are DFL members talking about creating a cause of action for violations of civil rights.
Agree that they're going to function by the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution.
The objection raised by the Republicans is they said it was like redundant. based on the Bivens law, but the response from Senator Champion here was that the Bivens Act or law ruling had not been enforced in 50 years.
And the minister.
No action had been taken under it.
Senator Fateh.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to add a little bit to that context as well. And so this is also a piece of legislation that is also, we also see in the STAR Act, which is legislation that was also drafted 2 years ago. And a coalition of 50+ organizations have been working together on that. And so within the STAR Act, there's multiple different sections. And within those sections, the sheriffs, as well as law enforcement from other jurisdictions, there's been multiple meetings on it as well. And so while there hasn't been specifically for this bill, within the STAR Act, there has been conversations with law enforcement.
Senator Kroon, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we're creating a new your bill would be creating a new cause of action that the Sheriff's Association says would.
Did Junkrat come in here and drop a bunch of dick emojis? Like, huh?
Destroy long-standing law enforcement partnerships that have taken apart major criminal enterprises and caused the capture of some of the most dangerous criminals in Minnesota. It goes on further to say it will devastate federal and state
Senator Michael
vigorously
Crean,
pursue social services fraud. Now, you may disagree
Republican,
with what's in the sheriff's letter, but I think what this highlights is that before we go and embark on any major change, creating a new cause of action, where the Sheriff's Association has strong words like that, I think we need to have all stakeholders at the table, take everything into consideration to make sure that we aren't blowing up all sorts of partnerships that we have with the federal government, because there are many that do many, many good things. And so you have to worry about unintended consequences, if that's what you claim the devastation of the federal and state partnerships designed to vigorously pursue social services fraud is. If you claim that's an unintended consequence, we need to get to the bottom of that. We need to have everybody at the table and make sure that we're doing this in the right way. So from my perspective, this isn't even close to being ready to do the kind of work that we typically do here in the Judiciary Committee to make sure that we have all stakeholders at the table and that we've thoroughly vetted a major piece of legislation like this.
Senator Champion.
Briefly, thank you.
Trying to slow walk it.
Thank you, Senator Kroon. Senator Kroon, I just want to be extremely clear, is that it appears to me that we do think it's an important principle for all stakeholders to be at the table. There's nothing that would suggest that those stakeholders should not be at the table. But I didn't hear you say that you think that Minnesotans should have a right of action when their constitutional rights are violated, and that in fact what we're attempting to do is give Minnesotans a tool for when their constitutional rights are violated. I believe that you're a constitutional scholar, so I'd love to hear you suggest that agents, the federal government, and
I like Senator Champion,
be held responsible when they violate a person's constitutional rights. So you focus on what the state or what the Sheriff's Association said, and we'll certainly talk to them and see what they say. But, Mr. Chair, we would love to hear Senator Kroon tell us that it is not important for Minnesotans to have their constitutional rights protected.
Mr. Senator Lemmer.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Kroon, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, answer the question. I want to hear it.
You and Senator Lemmer can wrestle for who goes.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. Chair.
Kroon.
Well, since Senator Champion called me out and wants me to say something I'm not quite sure about, good intentions are just good intentions, Senator Champion. We're making law here, okay? So while your intentions may be noble, and of course I take constitutional rights very seriously, okay? But we're making law, and we have to think about unintended consequences. We have to think about the several state, federal, local partnerships that we have in place to make sure that we aren't disrupting what the Sheriff's Association is saying, that we're taking apart major criminal enterprises and that have caused the capture and some of the most dangerous criminals in Minnesota. I would
Well, I don't believe them.
Want that to happen either.
Cops a lie.
And you're in a conclusory fashion saying, well, I just don't agree with what the sheriffs are saying.
I
All
don't.
due respect, we need to vet this out so that we can accomplish protection of constitutional rights without making sure that we're not blowing up all of our state, local, and federal partnerships that are doing very good work, including combating fraud here in Minnesota.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Senator Kroon, you never answered the question. The question is, do you believe that Minnesotans deserve to have a tool when their constitutional rights have been violated by the federal government? I've been very clear in saying that with the Sheriff's Department, as anyone else, that I do think it's important for us to talk to those stakeholders, engage those stakeholders, listen to those
Because it kind of sounds like the argument that the Republicans are making is that it would hamper law enforcement's ability to do their job if we make them uphold the Constitution.
Stakeholders and put forth what we believe to be important as well so that we can talk, because it's about Minnesotans. So we don't have a problem with that. But I did state, Mr. Chair, and this will be my last comment, that I did want to have the constitutional expert, which I believe that Senator Kroon is supposed to also be, talk about the importance of whether he thinks Minnesotans should have a tool when their constitutional rights are violated.
And you may ask, well, Justin, what constitutional rights could be being violated? Well, we covered that the courts have ruled 4,400 people have been illegally detained by ICE. Here is one of them. I don't know if he was counted in the 4,400 that Reuters reported on 3 or 4 days ago. This is a man in Minnesota testifying to his illegal detainment by ICE.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead and identify yourself for the record.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ryan Eklund. I'm a resident, lifelong resident of Minnesota, current resident of Woodbury, Minnesota. I'll be very brief in terms of my interaction with ICE. On January the 12th, I'd finished taking my 7th grader to school, was stopping by the local grocery store when I saw an ICE vehicle essentially patrolling through the lanes in the parking lot. This was the first circumstance where I saw an ICE vehicle sort of in the flesh in my community after hearing for a number of days that they were present in my community and actively pursuing actions against people that they felt were there illegally. At that point, I felt a strong sense of responsibility as a citizen, as a member of my community, to hold the individuals who are instilling fear and anxiety in our communities accountable for their actions. So while trying to keep myself as safe as possible, stayed in my vehicle and grabbed my cell phone and started recording them from a good safe distance. At approximately 90 seconds to 2 minutes later, they parked in an adjacent parking lot. I parked near them, and one of the ICE agents got out of their vehicle, came up to my window, took a photograph of me, and then immediately got back into their vehicle. At which point I continued to follow them, recording all the while, as they then went up the street approximately a mile away and turned into my neighborhood, onto my street, and into my cul-de-sac. They essentially led me to my home in a clear effort to show me that they know who I am, they know where I live, and that I should not continue to hold them accountable. I continued to do so. Continued to follow them, at which point, after following them for a total of about 8 minutes, I was then boxed in by 2 different ICE vehicles. I was forcibly removed from my vehicle. One of the ICE agents opened the car door. Another one crawled into the back seat and put his arm around my neck, used his other hand to remove my seatbelt, at which point 4 other ICE agents removed me from my vehicle, put me to the ground, put me in handcuffs, and put me to an unmarked white van, and then led me to the Whipple Federal Building. I say all of that to say this. The room that I was in for the 10 hours that I was in the Whipple Federal Building with leg irons on my legs, The room that I was in was then
161, welcome in.
with a total of 8 U.S. citizens, all of whom were utilizing their constitutionally protected rights.
In a room with 8 other U.S. citizens detained illegally just for filming.
To record the activities of ICE agents. At no point in time was I impeding their investigation. At no point in time was I causing alarm or awareness to their presence. I wasn't honking my horn or flashing my lights. I was simply recording them from inside my vehicle. This kind of precedent is a dangerous one. And I would encourage the members of the committee to strongly encourage what this bill does, which is simply provide citizens a mechanism by which they can protect and hold those accountable for violation of their rights. What I did was done under the guise of accountability, and I still believe that holding the individuals accountable for their actions is what I did and what I will continue to do.
Thank you for your testimony today.
We're going to come back to that hearing in Minnesota in just a moment. That happened earlier today. This is from 2 days ago. ICE Director Todd Lyons testified in front of Congress. Representative Lou Carrera grilling him on what you just heard. Is ICE surveilling U.S. citizens?
Mr. Correa, 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to welcome our witnesses today. Gentlemen, wanted to start out by talking a little bit about my district, Southern California, Disneyland. Southern California is the center of manufacturing for the United States. California, biggest ag state in the Union. California, also, big donor, taxpayer dollars to the United States. President Trump got elected on the promise to deport the worst of the worst. Your numbers, Mr. Lyons, less than 14% of those arrested by ICE first year, 2025, had charges or convictions of violence. 70% of those deported had not even a traffic ticket. Mr. Lyons, I think we're all patriots, but I'm trying to figure out how, this is a question to you, sir, how deporting a nanny makes our nation safer, stronger, how trying to deport the father of 3 Marines make this country stronger, how deporting the parents of a number of Marines at Camp Pendleton makes this nation stronger.
Sir, thank you for your welcome, first off. Just to address your the numbers with the 14%, sir, that's 14% that are listed as violent criminal felonies. However, what's left out of that is the fact that what's left off that list.
Those 70% that don't have a traffic ticket and deported, how has that made our nation stronger?
Sir, if you look at what ICE has done, more than 60% of every individual that is in ICE custody has a pending or a conviction on a criminal charge. Not to count.
Sir, let me move ahead. I only have 3 minutes, and we'll talk later.
Sir.
Let's talk about American citizens.
Don't you know they are being doxxed? Who? ICE agents? You can't dox a public official. Like that's not a thing. Am I being paid? Who do you think pays me? You idiots have this in your head that I can't possibly be pro-American, standing up for the Constitution and the rights of U.S. citizens. It's absurd to me. I wish I was getting paid. Soros definitely not sending his check to me.
Again, back home. People, young people asking me, what do I have to carry with me so I won't be deported? Is, Mr. Lyons, carrying a passport, is that enough so they won't be detained or deported in my district?
Sir, an American citizen shouldn't carry or shouldn't feel the need to carry.
Let me tell you what some of your ICE agents have done. They pulled over a gentleman in a pickup truck, showed his passport, they threw it to the side, detained him. What do we have to do to show that we're American citizens?
Sir, no
What do we
American
ha-
citizen falls under Title VIII. No American citizen will be arrested for being an American citizen.
But you just said to my colleague that nobody has been fired because of violations of the law for disciplinary actions, yet this is happening in my district. Mr. Lyons, we're a very boring district. We work hard, mind our own business. ICE in our streets now. People are terrorized. American citizens. Number of
Yeah, I love how somebody comes in my chat, it's like, mind your own business, as we're being terrorized by masked armed men that seem to have unlimited authority to do whatever the fuck they want.
cases of Americans being detained, being taken in, some being held for 5 days. Sir, what do we do with those people in that situation? What do we tell them?
Sir, I don't know of any particular case that you're speaking of American citizen being.
I'm more than happy to provide you a list, sir.
100.
We just heard from one. Courts have ruled at least 4,400 times that ICE has illegally detained people.
100%, sir.
So let me ask you, sir.
One shot in the
Are you
face, one shot in the
surveilling
back.
U.S. citizens today?
No, sir.
One shot in the shoulder
Those
5
people
times.
protesting, practicing this First Amendment right. Photos of them, data taken, they're not being placed in any kind of a database.
There is no database for protesters, sir.
I don't believe
One of
him.
your officers in Maine said to one of the individuals protesting, "We're going to put your face in a little database."
Yep,
What
we
does
played
mean?
that video.
Do you have a little database
No, sir.
of Americans?
No, sir, we don't.
Then what do you think your ICE agent was doing to this individual when he said those statements?
I can't speak for that individual, sir, but I can assure you there is no database that's tracking United States citizens.
Sir, California, we're a sanctuary state. Does that cause you a problem picking up individuals?
Yes, sir.
I have with me today some data from Sheriff Barnes, Orange County Sheriff. Very good friend. He's been here to testify numerous times. For 2025, he referred about 300 individuals for your office to pick up. 250 were picked up, 50 were never picked up.
Oh, you know there's a
We had a
database,
long
and I'm probably in
conversation
it.
saying,
Put me
what
in
is going
alligator
on? These are
Alcatraz,
the
you
first of the
fascists.
verse. You've called ICE to pick them up, and you didn't pick them up. Can you explain to us why you didn't pick up all these individuals that were referred to your office to pick up?
Yes, sir. That's the key part of that is the referral. We make sure that those individuals are eligible to be placed in detention and for movability. So
you
in that
never
case, it would
even
be-
looked at
Gentlemen's
those
time is-
individuals.
Gentlemen's time.
I would like to talk to you about this issue later on, Mr. Lyons.
Gentlemen's
Thank you very
time
much.
has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr.
So I was wrong on that. That was 10 days ago. Forbes just posted it 3 days ago. That's how it got into my notes. Back to the Minnesota hearing from this morning. We have a Marine Corps veteran. Listen to this man, a Marine Corps veteran, telling what he is seeing with ICE in Minnesota.
It is written testimony. If he wants to take 90 seconds to tell us something in person, that's just fine right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And they all know that it's 90 seconds or less.
That might be hard. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, but I'll try.
State your name for the record.
My name is Ed Higgins, chairman and members of the committee. My name
You can't fool me. You're Kevin Owens, former WWE champion. You talk and look just like him. Jesus Christ.
is, but I'll try.
State your name for the record.
My name is Ed Higgins, chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ed Higgins, and I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran, business owner and marketing director, and constitutional observer living with my wife and 2 fur babies in the great city of Columbia Heights, Minnesota. I come from a long line of system builders and public servants in this country. I understand how government is supposed to function. What I've witnessed since the military occupation by this administration's cospatriot forces is not a system. It is a lawless shit show built on faulty intelligence.
Same dude.
I'm going to
vibes,
interrupt you
and
right now,
personal
Mr.
vendettas.
Higgins.
Patriot forces is not a system. It is a lawless shit show built on faulty intelligence,
All right, I'm going to interrupt
vibes,
you right
and
now,
personal
Mr.
vendettas.
Higgins. I'm going to interrupt.
I will censor myself. I apologize.
First of all, there is a decorum rule in this committee hearing, as there is in the Senate generally. Everyone is expected to follow.
But it's a lawless shit
Secondly,
show.
I'm going to remind you We do have your written testimony. If you go past 90 seconds or 2 minutes at the longest, I am going to cut you off. No disrespect meant, but you're kind of getting in as an added testifier here today as it is. So we appreciate your being here and sharing what you have to share. But just so you understand what we're...
Yes, so ICE agents attempted to murder me twice. One morning at Liam Ramos's house, they brake checked me, they hit me with their car, backed over me, they broke my phone. That's the reason why I wasn't at his house that morning, or that afternoon when he was kidnapped and his father was kidnapped. They also attempted to murder me on February 5th. They tried to box me in. I maneuvered around them and was driving by, and they turned their cars so that they would scrape my car, and then proceeded to to follow me on a 4-minute chase, which is recorded on 911 call, to the police station where they boxed me in and were trying to break my windows with guns. The only thing that saved my life was Scott Mueller from BCA happened to be parked right next to me for a meeting that wasn't even related to anything. He got out of his car and he de-escalated the whole thing. This is just one small moment that I have seen in Columbia Heights 15 hours a day for almost 6 weeks, terrorizing our community. Our constitutional rights have been trampled all over our city, and I've seen many more throughout the state. We need to support this bill because there needs to be some kind of accountability. Without accountability, the law is meaningless. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony here today.
From one vet to another, we covered this dude's story. He was legally detained during a raid at a farm in California that he worked at. He is now filing suit against the federal government.
Iraqi veteran from Ventura, Iraqi war veteran from Ventura, is suing the federal government for being unlawfully detained during last summer's raid at a Camarillo cannabis farm. This is video from that day. Veteran from Ventura, Iraqi war veteran from Ventura, is suing the federal government for being unlawfully detained during last summer's raid at a Camarillo cannabis farm. This is video from that day. Sci-Fox was overhead. The moment
cannabis farm. Yeah, that's what it looked like if I go to a cannabis farm.
Tear gas smoke there. Attorneys say that video is
I shouldn't joke
part
that
of
it's
the
horrible.
case. Fox 11's Susan Arizona joins us live from downtown LA to explain what's going on. Susan?
Well, Phil, the lawsuit, George Redis versus the United States of America, it's not about an immigration raid. It's not about politics, or so say his attorneys. Instead, they say this is about the Constitution, the violation that he suffered of his constitutional rights when he was detained, and he was so without due process. July 10th, 2025, chaos at a cannabis farm near Camarillo. Ventura native George Redis is in that white Hyundai. He claims he was just trying to get to work when he encountered this skirmish line of federal agents. Skyfox shows George exit his vehicle. He then gets back in to follow agents' instructions to back up. Tear gas and agents around his car made things difficult, he says, to see. In his cell phone video, you can hear George gagging from the tear gas. Agents all around him. You hear no orders from them, just a knocking on the window.
I'm trying to leave.
Then his vehicle window is broken. George is pulled out of his car and detained. All the while, George says he's telling agents he is a citizen and an Iraq war vet. In October, DHS claimed Redis became violent and refused to comply with law enforcement, and he was arrested for assault. But attorneys for the Institute for Justice is using the Skyfox video to prove that it isn't true. And Thursday, Redis' attorneys filed this lawsuit, claiming he was deprived of due process.
The Fifth Amendment demands due process. Federal officers are not above the Constitution. It is the highest law of the land. U.S. citizens must be able to hold the government accountable when the government deprives them of these basic civil liberties.
Redis was detained for 72 hours and never charged. He couldn't call his family or an attorney.
I served this country and swore an oath to defend the Constitution. I still believe in that oath.
It's not easy to sue federal agents, but Redis is ready for the fight.
Because it's the right thing to do. I mean, I just don't understand how I would be able to sit here and just continue to let these things happen to not only myself, but other people.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Well, George Redis says that when he was in detention, he asked over and over why he was being
CS,
held.
do you understand how the Constitution works? You can't just go arresting people
To the tear
just
gas,
because you feel like
pepper
it.
spray, and he was never
You
given
actually
an
have to have a
opportunity to
reason.
shower, so that is his claim. We reached out to DHS to get some kind of comment about the lawsuit, but did not hear back in time for this newscast. Reporting live in downtown LA, I'm Susan Kirasuna, Fox 11 News.
So, Susan, after he was held, he was just let go without any explanation, apology. Is that right?
That's what he says. Yeah, that's what he says, Phil. And in addition to that, he kept saying, I'd really like to get out because my daughter's 3rd birthday is coming up. And he missed it. He missed the birthday.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that he missed his daughter's birthday.
With his employer, he was trying to get to his job.
Right.
So in that case, he lost standing in that case as well. So these are all
thank you,
his
Susan.
claims.
Just story after story of citizens being harassed by incompetent federal officials. You can't detain anybody. No, you can't. You can't just detain people. That's actually very, very wrong. Here they are harassing a woman in Oregon.
Marion County. Hi, I wanted to file a report. My mom was pulled over by federal agents, thrown to the floor, and they busted our window. They didn't give her any of their information or anything.
Are you talking about ICE?
Yes.
Where did this occur at?
This on Hawthorne, over by Cheetahs.
What's the closest cross street out there?
I'd say Silverton.
Silverton. How long?
It's right on Silverton and Hawthorne, the corner.
Just directly at that intersection?
Yeah.
Okay. How long ago did this occur?
I'd say 30 minutes ago. And as soon as they read her passport, because she's a citizen, they just flopped her on the floor, threw her papers on the floor, and just left.
Okay. And so they did damage Mom's vehicle and then pulled her out of the vehicle?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. And then you said none of them ID'd themselves?
No. They just went straight to busting her window. And my mom was on the phone with me, and she was
That
screaming.
is so illegal.
She was a citizen, and they just went straight to busting her window. Didn't give her a second to even put the car in park, and then she said it went downhill from there.
Okay. She's not needing any medics or anything like that?
I'm gonna go take her right now. She's more scared than anything. I'm gonna take her to the hospital.
Okay.
Story after story of ICE harassing citizens, people here illegally. Here's one for you. Here is ICE making up an attack, fabricating a supposed attack. This happened in Ventura County, California, back in October. So they have caught them dead to rights, fabricating a supposed attack by activists.
Jay Ward.
And I'm Beth Farnsworth. We begin with tonight's News Channel investigation. We dig deeper into an incident involving ICE agents in Oxnard last year.
And we reviewed more than 6 hours of body cam video, and what we discovered seems to show ICE agents lying about what happened. See the video for yourself. You decide. Everyone put your hands out the car. October 16, 2025, Oxnard police respond to calls about a road rage incident at Mountain View Avenue in Pacific.
I am chill and a willing participant here. Just keep me away from those.
He backed up. Yeah. And I was here. He backed up, and so I was going to go to try to put the lights on and stop, but she turned into. Did he hit you when he backed up? Yes.
A witness shot this video that quickly went viral. It shows a silver Jeep Grand Cherokee, Oxnard police say it was driven by an ICE agent, ramming into the side of a gray Nissan Frontier driven by Leo Martinez.
Are you hurt at all?
I'm shooken up. I don't know.
Martinez is an activist with BC Defensa, a group that follows federal agents, including ICE, and warns people about the agents' activity.
These ICE agents are...
Martinez told us he'd been doing this for about 7 months, so he knows who the ICE agents are.
They recognize him.
And they apparently know him. But on this day, everything came to a head. The question is, who is telling the truth about what happened?
So you know what's going on?
Well, not ICE.
Your news channel obtained and then watched more than 6 hours of body cam video from Oxnard police officers who responded to the scene. The witness video clearly shows ICE agents following Martinez. At one point, he stops for a second. The agents stop as well. At this point, both vehicles do not appear to have any damage. Then Martinez starts driving forward slowly. And that's when the Jeep Grand Cherokee, driven by an ICE agent, speeds up and turns hard, slamming into the side of Martinez's pickup truck. But listen to what the ICE agent told Oxnard police officers when they started asking questions about the crash.
Shit.
Put your lights on. He turned in front of you. No, I didn't have a chance to turn the lights. I wanted to turn the lights on, but I was going to try, because at that point when he hit us, I was, as I was going to turn them on, that's when he turned like this. Okay. And then your car hit the side of his.
And that's the reason why we say all cops are bastards, because there is one dude clearly lying. Nobody else around him is pointing out, hey, dude, that's not how it happened. We were there.
Yeah. All right, so there's 2 different collisions. Yeah, the initial and then the...
But that's not what the video shows. When Martinez stops his pickup, he never backs up at any point, and there doesn't appear to be any damage to the front of ICE's vehicle, indicating a prior collision.
And once I saw that they were...
Martinez was shooting his own video from inside the pickup, and that footage backs up with the witness captured on camera. Both videos clearly show the driver of the Cherokee caused the crash by speeding up and then slamming into Martinez's pickup.
Now, this is now multiple times we've seen ICE agents do this. This would indicate to me that this is some sort of policy or training that they've received, telling them to do this, to actually take out activists that are following them, to ram them, and then claim they got rammed, which is wild to me, knowing that we have cameras fucking everywhere.
Here's what Martinez told Oxnard police when they questioned him.
How did the actual collision occur?
It rammed into me.
So I'm just...
It smashed into me while it was one of those loop-de-loop things that it smashed into me.
Yeah. Were they trying to pull you over?
No, they didn't turn on the lights until way later.
The federal agents took Martinez into custody that day, but released him a few hours later. So far, no charges have been filed against Martinez. Oxnard Police Chief Jason Benitez issued a statement to your news channel right after the incident, which stated, in part, the video depicts a silver Jeep Grand Cherokee driven by ICE agents broadsiding a gray Nissan Frontier.
Yeah.
The person who was arrested by the agents is driving the Nissan. Though the video does not tell the entire story, such as what may have preceded the video, it calls into question what may have transpired.
We've made multiple requests to federal
Fucking
authorities,
asshole
including
cops.
ICE, Homeland Security, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, asking for evidence that would back up the ICE agents' version of events. So far, we have not received anything. We also asked if the ICE agent seen on camera is still on the streets patrolling, and if any investigation is underway into the conflicting stories. Again, we have received no answers. If you would like to read an expanded version of the story by Andrew Gillies, our producer who did much of the work on this story, go to KEYT.com.
You go to Louisiana, where a woman has been arrested, apparently making threats towards ICE in a video.
Lake Charles woman was indicted after prosecutors said she threatened to kill ICE agents. 27-year-old Alex Taylor Fontenot allegedly posted on Instagram in January saying she'd kill agents if they came to her house. Here's a piece of the video that...
Well, that sounds perfectly reasonable. I think the Supreme Court has ruled you can do that. I don't think this case is going to stick.
Instagram in January saying she'd kill agents if they came to her house. Here's a piece of the video that prompted the FBI investigation.
Hey ICE, guess what? This message is for you. Don't come to my house if you're planning on leaving alive. Crazy. You step foot onto my house, you're leaving in a body bag.
If convicted, Fontenot faces up to 5 years in federal prison and 3 years of supervised release.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to prison. What she is saying is perfectly legal. Yeah, if they breach her home without a warrant, she absolutely can use deadly force against them. So... I can't wait to see how this plays out. Is this the whole video?
Hey guys, guess what? This message is for you. Don't come to my house if you're planning on leaving alive. Crazy. You step foot on...
And also, she's clearly doing this for social media fame. Like, people, like... It is so wild that people just say outrageous shit online just for clicks and views, and our society encourages it, and it makes everything so much worse.
To my house, you're leaving in a body bag. I've been waiting for the day.
You got pretty eyes.
That I get to pew a tyrannical government uprising. And guess what?
I have heard so many right-wingers say that exact shit. So many right-wingers say this.
You step foot onto my house, you're leaving in a body bag. I've been waiting for the day that I get to pew a tyrannical government uprising. And guess what? My dad just pewed and murdered my mom. So I have all this
shit.
to preach.
Okay, well that took a little dark turn there. I don't know that this woman is well. I was assuming that she was doing this for social media fame, but I think she may actually be crazy now. I hope she gets the care she needs.
Pew a tyrannical government uprising. And guess what? My dad just pewed and murdered my mom. So I have all this built-up rage and anger. If you come to my house, you'll actually be helping me aim it in a positive direction. Don't worry. No one will get hurt. You'll be dropped like flies immediately. So you won't feel a thing. The GOP had ample opportunities to abolish the
I love the hair in that shot.
Before they
Yeah, kind of red wine.
realized that what they're doing is going to cause a revolution from the American people against a tyrannical government. So come to my house, please. I beg you. I beg you. I beg you. Because you're not leaving. It'll actually be very therapeutic for me. My therapist did recommend that I find a hobby or a healthy outlet to release my pent-up rage and anger into.
So Weiss, if you walk into my house, count your f***s because you're turning into my hobby.
So Camille, this goes out to you for helping me find my next outlet. Hey,
Fortnot referenced the October shooting death of her mother. Fortnot's father was arrested after allegedly killing his wife before trying to kill himself.
Police say the couple had argued earlier that night. They say Brett Fontenot then shot himself but survived. He had been hospitalized since the incident. Fontenot is charged with second-degree murder, and his bond is set at $1.5 million. Crawfish.
That's her dad. Oh, God. Where did he put it? He's got a trach. Did he put it under his chin? And God. I've seen several of those kinds of pictures of doing news for as long as I have. I've seen many a botched suicide, and oh God. Shot his wife before turning the gun on himself. It says just an argument. I don't know what the argument was over or anything. God. Didn't know we were already in the crime portion of the show. Thought we were still in the politics. Labor Secretary. Fuck. I'm drawing a blank on her. Lori Chavez DeRemer. There we go. I was drawing a blank there for a second. Lori Chavez DeRemer, the current Labor Secretary, proving why she belongs in the Trump administration. Her husband arrested, has claims of sexual assault. Don't know if he's been arrested yet.
This morning, the New York Times reporting Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer's husband was banned from the department's headquarters after 2 women accused him of sexual assault. The Times reporting one of the incidents caught on security camera occurring in mid-December. Dr. Sean DeRemer accused of giving a department employee an inappropriate extended embrace. ABC News obtaining this D.C. police report. All names are redacted, but it details a woman making a complaint of sexual contact against her will, allegedly occurring on December 18th inside the Department of Labor. A former moderate Republican congresswoman from Oregon, Chavez DeRemer, was handpicked by President Trump to remake the Labor Department, thanking...
I took up for her because the anti-union organization that I do work for, that I contract for, they hated her. So I'm like, she must not be all bad. And she was supported by the Teamsters, I think. Or the, what's the other one? The Sean O'Brien one. One of the unions did back her. So I was like, well, she couldn't be all bad.
Former moderate Republican congresswoman from Oregon, Chavez DeRemer, was...
I don't think it was UAW.
President Trump to remake...
It was, what's his name? Sean O'Brien.
Her husband at her confirmation hearing last...
AFL.
And finally, my loving husband, Sean, my high school sweetheart, who has stood by my side through every triumph and challenge. To all of you, thank you.
D.C. police investigating the alleged assaults, but so far no criminal charges have been filed. The complaints made during a widening internal investigation into alleged misconduct by the secretary, accused of having an affair with a member of her security detail who's reportedly been placed on administrative leave. A department internal watchdog also probing if Chavez...
Are they swinging, or are things just not good in the relationship? Resisting the urge to do it. Resisting the urge to do it. She can be my GOP mommy.
As DeRemer has abused her office, including by allegedly taking her staff to strip clubs and allegedly misusing.
She sounds like a fun boss.
Official government travel. The secretary has previously denied any wrongdoing.
We've reached out to the Department of Labor and we have not heard back yet. In a statement to the Wall Street Journal, the secretary's husband said, quote, "I have not done any of this and I categorically deny these things." And he's insisting he'll fight these accusations. Michael.
Yeah, watching all that makes you go, what? Yeah, Jay. And, a larger banner with a picture of the president was hung outside the Department of Justice building.
Yeah, this is a banner emblazoned with President Trump's face with the words, "Make America Safe Again." You see it there. It's right outside the DOJ. There is no other documented example that we can find of something like this at the Department of Justice. And it's one of the most prominent instances of how the president has continued to erode the separation that's supposed to be between the DOJ, which is designed for decades to be apolitical, and the White House. Michael.
Yeah, words say it's separate, but the actions.
Oh, you could totally find it in Italy, in Germany, multiple places throughout history, Spain. Multiple examples. Yesterday, the House GOP deposed billionaire Lex Wesner, Leslie Wexney Lesnar, and it led to this fucking hilarious exchange.
I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome, and said, "Yeah, I know how to do this." And I said, "Well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff?" And she said, "Well, yeah, I could do that." So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Oh no, I had the C-SPAN version. The C-SPAN version has fucking in the title. It doesn't censor it. Hold on. I've got it right here. How dare you censor? How dare you censor him? And I agree with what the attorney is saying. Like, if I was defending the dude, I'd be upset with him as well.
But to understand in context, because if I just say yes, I think it.
That's right. Tyler X, welcome in, my friend. X10, good to see you.
If I just say yes or no, you won't understand it. And I really want this whole group to understand it. And I never would have guessed I was being conned. Never, ever. The deceit was so subtle. Yes, I know. Answer the question. Yeah. Okay.
So I've watched some of this, and the lawyer tells him multiple times very nicely to answer the question. Now, he's getting ready to lean in, and you're going to hear what he says to him.
I'm sure we all appreciate the stories. We're just trying to answer the questions they actually want the answers to.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
I hope it is.
And could I ask you, I think...
No, it's another exchange. Okay, it's coming up here.
It was your understanding that Mr. Epstein, while he was working for you, also had other clients. Is that right?
Yes.
So would that mean that his work for you, you understood it to be part-time?
I wouldn't describe it that way. You know, I knew it wasn't full-time. I thought it wasn't full-time because he had other clients of substance, real substance.
As a listener, it sounds like substantial demands that you're describing. You were, and of course are, one of the wealthiest people in the country, managing all of your personal affairs. I would think would typically demand all of somebody's bandwidth. It sounds like that was an issue with the guy before Epstein. How was he able to do that job, but also do work for other clients at the same time?
Well,
excellent question.
I think Peg does the work now. I think you could supervise the work, overview it, which isn't the work that I do, and say you could do really thorough work if you were doing it 3 or 4 days a month, certainly a week or a day a month, just focusing on these things because there were accountants and tax lawyers and other people. And then once in setting up, as an example, I didn't have the idea to inventory furniture or valuables. And it's like, how could you have all silverware in your house and what?
Princess Kimberly.
I didn't count forks and spoons, and it's like, Jeff said people could be walking out with forks and spoons. I said, gee, that's a good idea. We ought to have an inventory. But then there was I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome, and she said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that. That's kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Answer another question. 5 words, okay?
I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words.
Yeah, but then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Answer another question. 5 words, okay?
Now, I saw several people try to make this into some conspiracy that the lawyer is working for the powers that be and part of a cover-up, and I'm like, no, it's just a lawyer who is representing a client who's going to create more of a headache for them. More billable hours, I would assume, but create far more of a legal headache for themselves and for the lawyer. That's what I saw it as.
Answer the question.
Okay.
Oh, Red Wine, thank you for throwing out the gift sub. 10 community gift subs? I did not see that. God damn. My friend. Well, you know what that means. We got to light one up and tip one back then. God damn. Thank you for the resub, Tyler X, friend. Throwing that Prime money at me. I like that the most. Give me that Bezos money. Screw Bezos over. Love you, friend. Suck our collective cocks, Jeff Bezos. Unless you want to make me bigger on Twitch, and then, like, I'll sell out. I probably would sell out. It's easy to stand on your morals and your principles and not to sell out when no one's offering you a check to sell out. I'm being facetious. I seriously remember, I'm such a big fan of Bill Hicks. So we're talking comedy in like 90, 91. The dude is calling out artists for like doing commercials. Doing commercials used to be like a scarlet letter. And now everybody does them. Nobody blinks an eye. Sponsorships, commercials, everybody's just fucking engaging in it. Bogos, welcome in. He is the first, one of the first that we will send to the boards when we finally erect them. I assure you that. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Let's get back to Wesley Nexer. Keep fucking his name up. Asked point blank, did Epstein ever present you with women for your sexual entertainment? God, he looks like death. No wonder I thought he was dead already.
Introduced will be marked as Majority Exhibit 4. This is a Vanity Fair article entitled Inside Jeffrey Epstein's Bond with Les Wexner from 2021.
Carla, throwing the bits out. Thank you. I don't, my alerts aren't working or something. I don't know what's going on.
Mr. Wexner.
Give me one more. What? Give me one.
I hate this stuff.
They were working earlier. Oh, by the way, the 800th episode of The Simpsons was the other day. I've been wanting to do something like come back on and do like a marathon like the greatest Simpsons episode, so we'll probably do that tonight. That'll be Twitch only, Twitch people. We'll do like a best of The Simpsons later on tonight in honor of their 800th episode.
I'll note a hearsay objection for the record.
I'm sorry.
I'll note a hearsay objection for the record.
Well, for the record here, federal rules of evidence do not apply to congressional depositions.
I'm noting my objection. I'm not instructing him not to answer. I'm noting that this is hearsay. That's all.
Okay.
So in the article, it says that you met Epstein sometime around 1986. Consistent with your testimony today, it says that you were introduced by Mr. Macer. Do you
And Justin.
With the article's
I get it.
characterization?
I don't know. I remember seeing the article.
Do you agree with the article's characterization that you met Mr. Epstein through Mr. Macer?
Objection. What character? You said he didn't read it. What characterization are you referring to?
That he met Jeffrey Epstein through Mr. Mazer?
Go off the record. So you previously testified that Mr. Macer introduced you to Epstein, is that right?
Meister.
Meister.
Bob and Wendy introduced me to Jeffrey Epstein.
And at that time, what was your relationship with Bob and Wendy Meister?
Well, I met Bob because he was a international insurance broker, and they had our insurance business, and Bob wanted me to meet his wife, and Bob and Wendy became friends.
Did you trust Mr. Meister with advice?
Well, I trusted him with insurance advice because that's what he did. He was the vice
fool's asking the questions is a soap opera.
Company.
No idea what you're trying to say, Roger, but welcome in, Roger Cockerham.
But I didn't.
I'll cock your ham.
Anything.
We're gonna have to speed this bitch up.
Was professionalist.
I want to direct your attention to page 9 of the article. And we're specifically looking at the paragraph, the 6th paragraph from the bottom. It starts in September 1997.
You disgusting old pedophile.
And when you're ready, I'll read the relevant.
Just let me finish the paragraph. I just read that paragraph.
Okay. It reads, in September 1997, Wexner celebrated his 60th birthday with a dinner at his Ohio estate. Meister says he used the occasion to once again tell Wexner how untrustworthy Epstein was. My wife and I told him and Abigail hundreds of times to stay away from Epstein. Mr. Wexner, do you recall this occurring?
Objection. Double hearsay.
Are you directing your witness to not the witness to answer the question?
No. I will direct the witness not to answer if that's my intent. I'm just raising an objection to the record.
I first need to understand this. I never had a birthday party for myself. In fact, I never had birthday parties. My mom and dad just didn't do that. And Abigail's been great because every milestone birthday has been a surprise party. And I think...
So he didn't have a birthday party for himself, like his personal assistant or something planned it for him. But every year has been a surprise party that his personal assistant planned for him.
I don't remember for sure, but the 60th birthday party, if Senator Lieberman was there and Marshall Rose was there, Shimon Peres was there, John Glenn was there, Max Fisher was there, and I don't think Meister was there.
Let me ask you a different question.
So he never said this. He wasn't there. He never said this.
Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Wexner. Do you recall Mr. Meister and his wife repeatedly warning you to stay away from Epstein?
Never.
I want to now direct your attention to the 5th page
That's why he didn't say I don't recall, why the lawyer isn't directing him to say I don't recall. I have no idea. Because, man, he could have just incriminated himself if they have proof.
And we are looking at the 6th full paragraph.
The one that starts soon after?
Yes.
I assume it's okay for me to help him identify the right paragraph.
Yes.
Yeah, just read it.
For the record, it reads, soon after introducing Wexner and Epstein, Meister started hearing disturbing stories about Epstein's sexual proclivities. Think of whatever the worst thing anyone could do is, and Epstein did them all, Meister said. Did Meister ever express concerns related to Mr. Epstein's sexual proclivities?
Never. Objection, double hearsay. He answered.
Never.
The very next sentence continues.
The lawyer objects and he still answers
Meister's
it.
Park
Love
Avenue
it.
apartment with 5 models for Meister's sexual entertainment. Epstein thought he was bringing me a gift, according to Mr. Meister. Were you aware of this occurring?
Objection, double hearsay.
No.
Did Mr. Epstein ever present you with women for your sexual entertainment?
Absolutely not.
Did he present you with young boys for your sexual entertainment?
Mr. Wexner.
Are we done? Are we done with that exhibit?
We are. Mr. Wexner, at any time, did Jeffrey Epstein ever inform or represent to you that he was a part of any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever learn that he was involved with any intelligence service?
Never. Never.
Let's move on to talking about Miss Maxwell. When did you first meet Ghislaine Maxwell?
Gillian.
At the time that I got engaged to Abigail. So, it must have been about 1990.
And do you recall how you met Miss Maxwell?
Well, Jeffrey wanted me to meet the person he was going to marry, and I was engaged to Abigail. And period.
Do you have any recollection of where you met Miss Maxwell?
No.
And based on your testimony, is it fair to say that Mr. Epstein introduced you to Maxwell?
Absolutely, yeah, sure.
And you mentioned it previously, but what was your understanding of Miss Maxwell's relationship to Mr. Epstein?
You know, they dated, they were in love, they were going to get married.
Would you characterize it as a monogamous relationship?
I thought so.
So during this period, you had no knowledge of Mr. Epstein ever having any relationship with any man or woman besides Miss Maxwell?
No, didn't.
How would you characterize your relationship with Miss Maxwell?
But Wendy Meister was Bob's wife, and we were friendly and friends. I met Ghislaine Maxwell because she was Jeffrey's girlfriend, fiance. It never went beyond that. I knew she was smart. I think she was an honors graduate of Cambridge or something. So she was like, spoke with an English accent. So I thought he was really lucky because he finally met somebody that was really smart and nice.
And you said that Miss Maxwell was Epstein's fiance, so it was your understanding that they were engaged to be married?
I don't remember if they were engaged to be married or they were planning to get married, but I was engaged and they talked about they were going to get married. So I don't know if it was engagement or just they both agreed.
During your relationship with Miss Maxwell, how often did you see her?
Very few times.
Even though your best buddy was married to her? Did they ever actually get married? I thought she was always referred to as his girlfriend. Well, good afternoon, Carla. Light one up, tip one back. We're getting some consequences. Some people are facing consequences, like a man by the name of Prince Andrew, arrested yesterday. The king has responded. UK police arrested the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor on Thursday on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The Epstein files showed that he was actually sharing state secrets with Jeffrey Epstein. So that's what they're actually going to get him on. Police did not name the arrested individual as per the norm, but the BBC and several other outlets confirmed it was Andrew. There are no charges against Andrew yet, and the former royal has reportedly denied any wrongdoing. I'm sorry, I thought we were going to get the king speaking here. I gotta stop trusting Forbes. Either it's like a straight news clip, like it's just the person talking,
If a picture's worth
or it's text on screen.
the shell-shocked look on Andrew's face says it all. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former prince, in the backseat of a car, seemingly hiding from the cameras, moments after being released from police custody.
This really is a photo for the ages, an extraordinary image. The look of
It
shock,
is.
fear.
We're going to hear from the photographer here in a
disbelief
second.
At what has unfolded. This is a man who has now, once was a prince of England, has now lost everything. This is the first time in modern British history that a senior royal, any royal, has been arrested.
His release coming nearly 12 hours after Andrew was arrested on his 66th birthday in Sandringham, England, turning Queen Elizabeth's quiet
On his
retreat
birthday.
into a frenzy.
This is a royal estate being raided by Thames Valley Police. This is an extraordinary moment.
His arrest certainly
It
came
is.
as a shock, but charges have not followed. Whether he faces charges, that remains to be seen, but the investigation continues.
All those stupid medals, you didn't
It's
earn
the
that shit.
latest in the long fall from grace for Andrew after his
I'm gonna duck out on that one because it's Nightline. Nightline might get me with a copyright claim. Here we go. Here we go. This Channel 4 News always does a fantastic job. They're saying that they are going to remove, and this is new. This is in the last couple hours. Removing Andrew from the line of succession.
Mountbatten Windsor said an overdose of adrenaline left him unable to sweat. So what now after left him unable to sweat? So what now after his birth?
Inception there.
His birthday began with a surprise arrest. The former prince has been accused of sharing confidential information with the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew is now under investigation, but back home. There will be questions for those in his orbit during his friendship with Epstein, such as Amanda Thursk, Andrew's former private secretary, who arranged his stay at Epstein's house in 2010. The Met Police say they will now be contacting the protection officers who worked closely with Andrew, including those who accompanied the former prince to Epstein's mansion in New York, where they were arranged a room. Attention may also be drawn to David Stern, the German close aide, who now reportedly lives in Dubai. Stern was a middleman deployed by Epstein to gather inside information and even gained access to the Queen. The sexual
Kelly, thank you
allegations
for the
made by
resub.
Virginia Giuffre against Andrew
Oh, I lost
Mountbatten
socks. I was going to
Windsor
show them in the
are
stream.
not the subject of the investigation, but some believe is the motivation.
The misconduct in public office is probably an easier offence for the police to start an investigation. It's an extremely difficult offence to achieve a conviction. What may be the case, and there's two
Dude out here looking
lines
like Rudy
of approach
Giuliani.
here.
Poor
One
guy.
is that the police are using this as an angle in, as a way of looking for further evidence to back up the misconduct offence allegation, but also to look for evidence in relation to the more serious, in my view, the more serious sexual offending, whether anything like that has happened.
The royal response has been a vague focus on Epstein's victims, but the US president, who has referred to himself as a king, was thinking about the monarchy.
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal
Totally
family.
exonerated.
It's very, very sad. To me,
Tyler X, apparently the person who did the shooting in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, also married their cousin. And their son shot up a black church. Wild.
it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. To see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king.
Or attempted to shoot up a black church or something.
In the US, there is a call.
I don't know if I put that on the list for today. We'll have to look into that
about
one.
Epstein, but the criminal
I'll grab that for you
investigation
guys.
now gives the former prince ground to decline. The arrest could also become a shield. There is concern that the arrest of Andrew may now restrict reporting on his place in the Epstein files due to contempt laws. So what happens now? Despite the loss of Andrew's titles, Parliament will now consider also removing his right to inherit the throne as eighth in line. Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing, but with multiple allegations made, there are lines of inquiry across more than one force. Now the Met is approaching Andrew's former protection officers and urging anyone with new information to come forward. The man born Prince Andrew is formally a suspect of investigation.
Well, I've been speaking to Di Davis, who was head of the Royal Protection Command from 1994 to 98. And I began by asking him how much time protection officers would typically be around the royals.
Well, the truth is that royalty protection officers are there 24/7 to protect them. They have to use their discretion, knowledge and experience as to when they should be there. Clearly, they don't sleep in a bed next to them.
This guy looks like he's going to tell me how to, like, prepare a piece of meat like somebody in 1700 would. He's like cooking on a fire out and it's snowing around him.
They're not in bedrooms next to them. And quite often, if they have guests, they are somewhere discreet, but able in the event of an incident to react quickly and succinctly.
But culturally, I mean, this must become a very close relationship. And I suppose people will wonder, is the culture, you know, you turn a blind eye. You turn a blind eye to things that may be dubious but not criminal. And does that mean that you might turn a blind eye to things that might be criminal too?
If a police officer, protection officer, or any other kind of police officer, there is a duty to act if they see any criminality. And if they can't do it instantly, then clearly they would have to resort to informing their line managers and in turn, somebody like me who would take the appropriate action. If they don't take action, I would be aware of it. They would be probably suspended and investigated. No ifs, no buts.
I mean, we are in unprecedented waters though now, aren't we? I mean, I suppose the problem will be that if protection officers come to be interviewed...
I've got to feed this cat. He's going nuts, even though there's food in his bowl.
That were potentially criminal,
one of them's empty, so...
They themselves might be facing
it's
at
an
least
issue.
disciplinary
He is
action
upset.
and possibly the criminal law.
Well, don't forget, this is going back many years now, 20 years plus in some instances. So many of them will have retired. So clearly, they will have to decide with their conscience and their moral compass what they did or didn't see. So it beggars belief to my mind that for 15, 20, whatever years it is that we're now looking at, nobody...
He's over here like banging on everything.
Those accompanying diplomats, to me, and I've summarized it by saying it's a conspiracy of silence. By some people. It must be.
When it comes to trying to break through what you've called a conspiracy of silence, isn't it going to be especially difficult given the people you are dealing with, the conspirators, are experts in the law?
Well, the silence extends far beyond police officers. That's my point. They are merely one of the key elements, but arguably there are many, many more across a wide range from diplomats, private secretaries, and members, senior members who advise the royals. Common sense says somebody must have seen aspects of behavior that I would have thought visiting the various properties Epstein had, not once, not twice, but numerous times, that no one could have seen anything untoward. And that's the point I'm making, but it needs investigating. To allege these things is one thing, to prove it is another, as you well know.
So the picture of Andrew with Virginia Giuffre with his arm around her, there would have been a protection officer there. The picture of him, you know, with Epstein, there would have been a policeman there.
Yeah.
You know, they were everywhere.
You're right in the assumption they're there. How close they are depends on the circumstances, the location, and what the principal is asking them to do.
Di Davis, thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure.
Let's talk about that photo, and that's what they were. Channel 4, the photo, they had it up. Let's talk about the photo. Let's hear from the photographer. It was a Reuters photographer. I think it was a Reuters photographer.
Senior photographer at Reuters.
Yeah.
Here's how I took that photo that went viral.
Oh, look at that stance.
I'm based in the north of England. It's, you know, as far away from Norfolk as could possibly be. It's 4.5, 5 hours in a car with no traffic. So the breaking news comes through in the morning. The former Prince Andrew has been arrested. We make plans. We have people come to his house. We have people go to Royal Lodge in Windsor. And then, okay, Phil, can you start driving down? We don't know where we're going to go yet, but myself and my
Very
manager,
good point,
Suzanne,
Redwine.
we're going to look at different police stations.
And how, like, they had to have known Jimmy Savile was a fucking pedophile. Like, have you seen the guy? They called him Uncle Jimmy and shit. Like, it is so wild that that story happened. And there's video of John Lydon from, like, the 70s talking about how there's something majorly off with that dude.
And it's just ever decreasing circles, drive around, try the police station, phone colleagues, phone local contacts. Where could he be? Where might he have gone? Where should we look? And this was probably the 4th or 5th police station that Reuters had visited that night. When I arrived, it didn't look anything out of the ordinary. There was no cars, there was no increased activity. And to be honest, just before he arrived, I'd left and go back to the hotel. The hotel's an hour away from the police station we were at, and my colleague Marissa messaged me and said, look, 2 cars have just arrived, I think you should come back. Spun the car around, got back, and within a minute of arriving back, the shutters on the garage at the police station came up and 2 cars left. One of them he was in.
What a picture. I imagine having to be like the security detail that still has to haul his ass around.
There's so many moving parts. You don't know where the car is going to come from, where he's going to be sitting in the car. Obviously it's dark, so you need to use flash. It's hit and miss. Probably half an hour before I took the photo, I'd done some test shots of other cars leaving the police station, so I had a rough idea of what the camera settings may be, but it's still, you know, more than luck than judgment. When the car comes out, you've got to try and guess where he's sitting, which side of the car is he in the front, is he in the back, will the flash recycle in time? Yeah, the photo gods were on my side yesterday.
Adrian Street is amazing. As a wrestling fan.
For every car shot that you
that
do,
story.
The hit rate's really, really low. I mean, there's so many variables. At night, it's slightly easier because there's no ambient light, there's no reflections on the windscreen of the car. It makes life a bit easier. But yeah, I mean, if I've shot 100 of these and got 10, I'd be amazed. So last night it was one of those kind of pinch me moments where you look
Dean,
back
like,
camera, you're tired,
shouldn't
it's
you
been a
get a
long day.
life?
You know you've got him, and then
instead of coming to my YouTube channel and
is this him
acting like an
Because
idiot?
you want to make sure you know you can't believe.
I do not understand right wingers. You guys are the dumbest fucks walking the planet, and you're just like proud of your ignorance. It's insane to me. I want to get into the bullshit, but I guess let's go to this. This is even better. This has been posted since I grabbed the other story about Iran. Let's go to Jeremy Scahill on with Democracy Now! Amy Goodman, The War and Peace Report. I might have watched a little Democracy Now! In my life.
Now, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump's continuing to threaten to attack Iran as the U.S. expands its massive military presence in the Middle East. On Thursday, Trump said he would give Iran 10 to 15 days to reach a new nuclear deal.
They cannot continue to threaten the stability of the entire region, and they must make a deal. Or if that doesn't happen, I maybe can understand. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But
Dean, I realize you have been brainwashed to believe whatever fucking shit you believe. Limited government is just billionaire speak for they don't want to be taxed and they don't want to invest in public works. They don't want your schools to be properly funded. They don't want your roads to be paved. They don't want to build bridges. Less taxes, a better life. I don't know what that means. We have some of the lowest taxes of the industrialized world. And they outrank us in everything. From quality of life to access to medical care to education. Literally everything. You've probably not really been taxed, Dean. You probably have taken far more from the federal government than you have paid in, as most people in the bottom 50% of income earners have. Now, if you would like to have a discussion, my phone line is open. 917-830-4359. Buzzy Simba, he's been ranting about nonsense for fucking hours now. We watched Donald Trump at like 12:30, 12:45. No, 1. It was at 1. And he's been here since then.
bad things will happen if it doesn't.
Brother, I'm not wanting to tax you. You and I are in the, I assume you're in the same tax bracket as me, bottom 15% of income earners. We already don't pay federal income taxes. I'm not trying to raise taxes on poor people. I'm trying to raise taxes on rich people so that once again we can produce the greatest middle class in the history of the world, like we did in the 50s when we had a 90% marginal tax rate.
The Pentagon has amassed an immense strike force of aircraft and warships and the largest military buildup in the region since the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. Earlier this week, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, passed through the Strait of Gibraltar on its way to join the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf. The USS Gerald Ford had been stationed in the Caribbean when the U.S. attacked Venezuela and abducted its president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife. Trump's threats to attack Iran came during the inaugural meeting.
No, you don't know. You don't know that you have taken more from the federal government than you have ever paid in taxes, because you're unaware of how you mooch off of the government multiple ways. We hide it from white people, especially boomers. Boomers don't realize how much of their lives, and you seem to be boomer brained, boomers do not realize how much of their lives was subsidized by the government, and they all think they did it themselves because they're all fucking morons. I'm sorry, Dean. We're talking about Iran. I'm happy to talk to you, but you need to call in. That's the rules of the show. If you want to talk about something that's not what we're talking about, if you want to make comments and derail the show, you have to call in 917-830-4359. Otherwise, we're going to be talking about Iran.
of the so-called Board of Peace, Trump's new initiative to create an alternative to the UN. On Tuesday, U.S. and Iranian negotiators held indirect talks in Geneva and left without a clear resolution. Iran has long maintained that its nuclear program is solely for civilian purposes. To talk about all of this and more, we're joined by Jeremy Scahill, co-founder of Dropsite News. His latest piece, "This is not a dress rehearsal. U.S. engaged in massive military buildup is threatened."
And I don't know why. What's our reasoning
Jeremy,
even for
lay
bombing
out your
Iran?
findings.
Well, Amy, what I've been hearing from sources is that Donald Trump has been running around for some time saying that he wants to be known as the American president that forever ended the Islamic Revolution in Iran. And he's even, I'm told by sources, been saying that he wants to complete this before the midterm elections. And so part of what we've seen is that, Trump, who ripped up the original nuclear agreement with Iran that was signed in 2015 under President Obama, is that he has used the veneer of engaging in negotiations with Iran as cover to launch more strikes. That was the case last June when the United States and Israel waged a 12-day massive bombing campaign that killed more than 1,000 Iranians. Now we're in the process of Trump saying,
Yes, Dean, we don't build things anymore because you had what was called the Reagan Revolution. Conservatives, neocons, came to power. Neoliberals, with their ideas of free markets and deregulation, and all the companies moved the manufacturing jobs to places that had less restrictions on worker rights, cheaper labor, and then we got an influx of cheap goods in Walmart and Amazon and Temu and shit, and now you live in the capitalist hellscape you created. Like, I don't understand. The Reagan movement was so powerful that it even had the Democrats becoming third way blue dogs. Oh, we're still going to prescribe the what Reagan is saying economically, but we're going to be nice to gay people and try to give you health care. That was the Democratic position in the early 90s. There's no such thing as free markets. All markets are regulated. A market, by definition, has to be created by the government. You guys have these things, like bumper sticker fucking phrases you have stuck in your head that capitalists paid good money for you to believe. Red Scare fucking bullshit with your boomer brains. Now, once again, if you would like to talk to me, my phone lines are open. We're talking about Iran. Jeremy Scahill is telling us about how the madman Trump is getting ready to attack Iran and get who knows how many U.S. troops killed, who knows how many innocent Iranians killed.
I was told a couple of days ago that Trump had made clear to the Iranians that they had 2 weeks to come.
Oh, yeah, the only thing Reagan did wrong was amnesty. My God, you fucking moron. Not the Iran-Contra scandal, which, because we didn't prosecute Reagan for it, Reagan should have been held responsible at The Hague then. That has resulted in all the rest of our presidents being shit. Once again, we're talking about Iran.
And so part of what we've seen is that, Trump, who ripped up the original nuclear agreement with Iran that was signed in 2015 under President Obama, is that he has used the veneer of engaging in negotiations with Iran as cover to launch more strikes. That was the case last June when the United States and Israel waged a 12-day massive bombing campaign that killed more than 1,000 Iranians. Now we're in the process of Trump.
Dean, you didn't earn shit.
A couple of days ago,
you're an entitled prick.
Had made clear to the
Shut
Iranians
the fuck up.
They had 2 weeks to come back with what amounted to a pretty sweeping capitulation to his demands. The Iranian foreign minister this morning said that the U.S. has not formally demanded zero enrichment, But what I understand is that the Iranians have been told that the issue of their ballistic missile supply and reducing it dramatically has to be on the table, and also their support for regional resistance movements. Remember, Iran is the only actual nation state, with the exception of Ansar Allah, the Houthis in Yemen, that has launched any sort of attacks against Israel in response to the genocide in Gaza. The Israelis have been empowered by both President Biden when he was in office and Donald Trump to wage these sweeping wars across the Middle East. And so what we're looking at right now is the Trump strategy is either we force them into capitulation and we make a deal or that is entirely on Trump's terms, and if they make that kind of a deal, that would eliminate large capacity of the ballistic missile system. The Iranians basically don't have any deterrence anymore. And so I'm told that part of Trump's calculation is, look, if we get them to do that, they don't really have a state anymore, and their days are numbered, because it would make them much more susceptible to Israeli attack, not to mention American attack. But if the Iranians, say that their red lines are essentially their self-defense, which is their ballistic missile and drone program, then the United States is poised to attack. There's two potential scenarios here. One could be that we see some form of initial limited scale attack that the United States may think would, quote unquote, soften the Iranians. And if they don't come back with capitulation, then you wage a much wider war. I'm told by sources who are in direct contact with military planners and others that in the bigger picture, the U.S. is looking at two possible scenarios. One would be the Libya scenario, where you have U.S. air power that is used to enact regime change, and then you allow chaos and civil war to brew on the ground. Or you have something that they're comparing to a Venezuela scenario. It doesn't mean that they would try to kidnap Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, or senior Iranian officials. It means that they would try to decapitate the leadership and then make some sort of a deal with lower echelons within the Iranian state, akin to what's happening now in Venezuela, where you have a...
Hey, Bogos, Iran was a lot better off before they became a theocratic terrorist-supporting enemy of the West. You should learn history and understand what caused that. It was our CIA. We took out their democratically elected president. Flash, welcome in. Terry. The sports cards, I'd timed them out.
American oil companies coming in, and the Venezuelan authorities doing essentially whatever Marco Rubio and Donald Trump order them to do. At the same time, I've been told by military experts who spent decades working in the Pentagon that there's a spirit of delusion that has just taken hold in the administration, that a lot of the decisions being made now are not tactical decisions. They have to do with politics and Donald Trump's ego and wanting to be known as the man who forever smashed the Islamic Revolution. So there's no doubt about it. The U.S. is on the verge of some form of military action. It remains possible that the Iranians are going to try to thread the needle. The foreign minister and others say that they're working on a draft to come back to what the U.S. demanded in Geneva and in Oman before that. But it's a very dire situation. And if the U.S. does launch a larger scale attack, I'm told that probably what they would try to do is a blitzkrieg to knock out as much of Iran's offensive military capability as possible.
I'd do a blitzkrieg Bob.
Defenses, hit command and control centers, try to blow up naval assets. And then the question becomes, what kind of response can the Iranians offer? In the past, they've calibrated their strikes. They've intentionally not tried to kill large numbers of American troops. They showed a capacity to defeat Iron Dome in Israel. Their hypersonic missiles certainly are advanced, and they're very strong. They do have an ability at this moment to do significant damage to Israel if they want to, and also to attack oil infrastructure, potentially close the Strait of Hormuz. But all of that sort of assumes that the Iranian missile capability is not severely damaged in an opening massive U.S. strike. And that's a very big wild card here. The Iranians said they're not going to calibrate anymore. They're not going to do backdoor choreography if the U.S. attacks. They view it as an existential war for the Islamic Revolution and the existence of the independence of Iran's state.
Jeremy, you talked about political reasons that could be why President Trump is ramping up against Iran right now. I mean, could that have to do, interestingly enough, with Epstein. You have the former prince who's been arrested.
The speculation is that Iran is threatening to release proof that Trump is a pedo if Trump attacks, and that Israel is threatening to release evidence that Trump's a pedo if he doesn't attack.
Trump cannot, no matter how hard he tries, get this off the front pages of the newspapers in the United States, even though co-conspirators and he himself are not being gone after by the Justice Department, according to the Attorney General. But Britain is doing it. That no matter what he does, this is extremely threatening. And so what we saw over the New Year's is President Trump moving that USS Gerald Ford, the largest aircraft carrier, next to Venezuela. This was when the headlines were dominated in December by Epstein. And he attacks and abducts the Venezuelan president. Now he brings this same aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, to join the USS Abraham Lincoln. I mean, the cost of maintaining this armada near Iran. Are you scared that this is what is driving him?
Well, also on that issue of the Gerald Ford, I mean, this is a crew that has been in a heavy rotation. Normally, there would need to be maintenance on that aircraft.
PDF if he does, PDF if he doesn't.
Rotation.
A pedo 22 if he will.
A very clear indication that the U.S. has on the table a very serious intent to strike Iran. When I saw that the Gerald Ford was getting moved from the Western Hemisphere to the Eastern Hemisphere and looked at some of the troop rotation and maintenance issues, that's a very ominous sign. But to your broader point about Epstein, you know, the Iranians have started referring to themselves as being at war with the, you know, Epstein regime, you know, the kind of coalition of nations that are amassing alongside Trump right now in their posture in the world, and with Donald Trump himself.
Bogos, I would posit to you that religious terrorist groups are running the United States right now, that the United States is one of the largest perpetrators of terrorism in the world. Iran actually shows incredible restraint, as we've seen time and time and time again. Roderick, welcome in.
Being one of the main suspects in this entire thing. Certainly the wag the dog scenario is an element here. You know, Donald Trump, you know, is at great exposure because of the Epstein files, no matter how many lies he wants to tell, or, you know, how
Oh man, the U.S. media is corrupt. That's why we're watching Democracy Now! And independent investigative journalist Jeremy Scahill.
The degree to which you have elements of this administration right now, it's very different in several core ways from Trump 1. You have elements here who are absolutely obsessed with Iran and destroying the Islamic Revolution. That is not something to be understated. And Trump, I'm told, is
Bogos. Wait till you hear about the amount of missiles that Iran or that Israel fires into Palestine.
In the world. I mean, we can, you know, you can talk about Cuba,
and that the U.S. provides them.
That's the vibe right now. It's like the resurrection of the dulles in the early stages of the CIA worldview, that the United States is just going to be
love you, Roderick,
around the world. So
let's light one up, tip one back.
The Epstein part of it is a convenient element for what Trump is doing. I think they're dead set on trying to change the Iranian regime or force them into a capitulation that would forever weaken the existence of Iran as an independent state.
I mean, didn't President Obama work a nuclear deal with Iran that President Trump pulled out of?
Yeah, you know, Amy, what's incredible too is that Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, you know, War Secretary Hegseth, all said after the June strikes that they had completely and totally obliterated Iran's nuclear program. Let's remember, though, that beginning in late 2003, according to even current U.S. intelligence assessments, Iran had ended its nuclear weapons program. There was a fatwa issued by the supreme leader decades ago that said that it was forbidden to use or possess weapons of mass destruction. Now you can say, oh, that's just propaganda, that's just lies. But the reality is, if you talk to Iranians, I recently met with a former senior Iranian diplomat who helped to negotiate that 2015 deal. And he said that, you know, what the US is doing right now is actually helping the camp within Iran that says it was a grave mistake that we ended that program. So there's that element to it. But I think what we're looking at right now is that you have this kind of neocon ideology that, despite all of Trump's rhetoric about,
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the Ayatollah probably wouldn't be in power right now if Trump hadn't pulled us out of the Iran deal. It's a good possibility that revolution would have already happened.
hating the neocons and saying the Iraq war was a catastrophic mistake, Trump seems dead set on sort of legacy work here and regime change in Iran. And the question here, Amy, is if the United States does attack, and if it's true what the Iranians are saying, that they're not going to calibrate strikes anymore. You know, I was told by one well-connected Iranian that he's heard talk of wanting to kill at least 500 American service members in retaliatory strikes. Donald Trump has never had to endure a mass casualty incident as president of American soldiers or American personnel. And the question then becomes, what does Trump do if the Iranians are able to successfully strike military bases or other areas where there are large numbers?
We had a whole thing last night in Jason's chat about people talking about Hassan in chat.
This is a very, very
and how I had a blow up one day
that we're facing right now.
I want to go
and then
back
rated
for a
into
moment
Hassan.
before we end to the board.
Dean, brother, you are exhibiting that you know nothing about history, you know nothing about politics. Please just shut the fuck up. Learn something.
So-called Board of Peace. President Trump speaking at it in Washington, D.C. on Thursday.
The war in Gaza is over. It's over. There are little flames, little flames. Hamas has been, I think they're going to give up their weapons, which is what they promised. If they don't, it'll be, you know, they'll be harshly met, very harshly met. They don't want that.
So this was the inaugural meeting of the so-called Board of Peace, Trump's new initiative to create an alternative to the United Nations. By the way, the Pope has refused to join it, talking about it as a threat to the United Nations. Trump vowed to provide $10 billion in U.S. funds to the board, even though Congress has not approved any such spending, and has named himself the group's chair for life. Among Trump's board.
Yeah, and he can apparently use that money any way he wants, so everyone is assuming this is a way to just fatten his own pockets with taxpayer money.
The key proposals is to turn Gaza into an upscale seaside resort with gleaming skyscrapers and entirely new cities. Your final comment on this?
Well, let's skip forward from all of the ridiculous pageantry of this scene at the Board of Peace and talk about what's really happening here. Palestinians are being told that they must completely surrender, not just Kalashnikovs and other weapons that they would use to defend themselves against Israeli occupation, but the very cause of Palestinian liberation or self-determination. And what Palestinians in Gaza are being—
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
is you either—
It's called the nuclear deterrence principle, and I'm pretty sure that's like Khrushchev or some shit.
Fully bend the knee and accept a colonial apartheid regime as your overseer, that you accept a new reality as dystopian plantation workers on Jared Kushner's, real estate project, or we're going to kill you. That is what's being said here. And so the U.S. has plans to build a huge military base there for their international occupation force. The Israelis are in control.
Dean, yes, I admit I'm not smart. I say it all the time. I'm just a dumbass stoner with a curiosity that likes to learn and wants to know what's going on in the world. So I sit here and soak up information, and I do it with people who are like-minded and want to learn and have a curiosity. You sit there behind your fucking keyboard acting like a dumbass, don't know what you're talking about, and you think you're smart. Never claimed to be smart. However, I do have a degree in political philosophy, and I have worked in the media for 25 fucking years covering the news and politics. I'm not the smartest person by no means, but I usually know how to discern bullshit and how to apply critical thinking. Trump disenjoys trolling people like you. I think you're a moron. We're gonna fucking ignore you from now on.
Of nearly 60% of Gaza in the east of the Strip. They don't seem to have any intent of leaving.
Hey, Justin,
you have a re-education
are you trolling?
program that Israel's foreign minister spoke of at this so-called Board of Peace meeting yesterday, and said that it begins with disarmament and demilitarization and then de-radicalization. So if you're a Palestinian family, what they're saying to you is, your children need to be raised to accept that Zionism is going to dominate their lives now. The colonial apartheid regime is going to dominate your lives now. And if you dare think otherwise, we erase you from the earth. They still very well may try to mass remove Palestinians. But it does seem that the plan right now is to turn them into the plantation workers for Jared Kushner's real estate plans moving forward, while you have Mahmoud Abbas and the Palestinian Authority rewriting the Palestinian Constitution alongside.
You don't even know who he is, so who are you to call him a clown?
Ban any Palestinians that don't accept the Oslo Accords, don't accept Israeli colonialism, from ever running for office. So what they want to do is put in this Palestinian Technocratic Committee in Gaza and force them to essentially be like Mahmoud Abbas, where you're the mayors of a large prison camp run by the United States and Israel, and the residents of this prison camp are just keeping the land until Israeli settlers can come in and take it over. That's what this Board of Peace is entirely about.
And Israel's just joined the Board of Peace. Jeremy Scahill, I want to thank you for being with us, co-founder of Dropsite News. We'll link to your new piece.
I don't think we have anything in common, Dean. I think you're a total fucking moron. Speaking of total morons, Justin undefeated. Kevin Spacey. I was wrong about Kevin Spacey. Usually I have a keen sense, never liked Diddy, multiple celebrities go down through. I'm usually incredibly correct. Justin was right about Pitbull. Pitbull, my arch nemesis. I swear to God, everywhere I went, this guy was there. All the 2010s into the 2020s. Pitbull was everywhere. Everywhere, constantly. We'd go into a bar and I'm like, oh God, that's Pitbull. Turn on the TV, there's Pitbull. Now, who was right? Here is Pitbull's rant.
Who the fuck doesn't like the United States of America, may God bless you, but fuck you at the same time. If you don't like the United States of America, go back to the countries that we the fuck from, and you'll see how much you appreciate the United States of America.
Now, Pitbull is Cuban. And usually whenever you hear about Cubans fleeing from Cuba, you've got to ask them, what did your family do before the revolution?
Who the fuck doesn't like the United States of America, may God bless you, but fuck you at the same time. If you don't like the United States of America, go back to the countries that we the fuck from, and you'll see how much you appreciate the United States of America.
Fuck Pitbull. Oh, Dean's got a degree in real life from the School of Hard Knocks. And Dean says that I think that I'm better than other people, but That seems to be you. You think you're better than other people. You called me a moron and misspelled it. Yes, I agree. Those wackos in the Middle East need to solve their own fucking problems. The United States needs to stop letting Israel suck on our tit. We need to stop funding their government where they have universal health care, K through doctorate paid for. That's because you're a moron. That's because you're a moron, Dean. You're a moron. There's all that fraud going on in Minnesota, California. You're a moron. I noticed you didn't mention Mississippi, where the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, and Brett Favre were stealing from kids. You listen to right-wing propaganda and you let them warp your fucking brain. And then when you're presented with facts like Jeremy Scahill, the best goddamn reporter on the planet right now, you have to call him a clown. DiBiase just keeping kayfabe alive.
Is in a Los Angeles courtroom right now defending his social media company against allegations that it's designed its apps to be addictive.
You're never gonna get. Take a look at what Zuckerberg's people are wearing here in this video. Those are, what do they call it? Metaglass. That is Metaglass.
And harmful to children. Zuckerberg is taking this stand as part of a landmark trial against Meta and YouTube. TikTok and Snapchat were originally part of that lawsuit, but they settled before this trial started. Now, the outcome of the trial could shape how thousands of similar cases play out. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans joins us live outside that courthouse. Carter, good to see you again today. This is the first time Zuckerberg is defending his company in front of a jury. So what have we heard so far in court?
Right. Well, he's inside that courtroom testifying right now. The first part of the day, the plaintiff's attorney spent a lot of time focusing on age restrictions on Instagram. No children under 13 are allowed to join Instagram. But as you know, a lot of kids are able to get around that. And this is important because the plaintiff in the case here, who is 20 years old, who claims that her mental health was harmed by using social media, she got on Instagram when she was 9 years old. And at one point, Zuckerberg seemed a little frustrated with the line of questioning. He said, "I don't understand why this is so complicated. We're not perfect. We have been consistent and clear with this over time. We remove them if we find them," referring to kids under 13. But then they pulled out some internal documents that showed the previous strategic goal and focus was total time spent on the platform by teens. And so this presentation that they displayed as evidence said,
gotta get them addicted.
U.S. teen time spent. Summary, big bets, this is back in 2017. The fifth item was under 13-year-olds. So what the plaintiff's attorney is trying to suggest here is that not only did Zuckerberg know that kids were on the platform under 13, but that perhaps he was looking for a way to capitalize on that. Now, Zuckerberg did say earlier on in the company, we did have these goals, and I decided we didn't want to focus on time, but focus on utility and value instead. I have a basic assumption that if people find something useful and valuable, they'll use it more. That's different than a team having a goal to get people to spend more time. It's kind of a, if you build it, they will come argument, but he did point out that they do still keep track of the amount of time.
No, it's psychological warfare.
So they can measure those metrics against their competitors. So it's kind of splitting hairs here up on the stand today.
Yeah, certainly seems like it is. Carter, we know parents who say they lost their children because of how harmful social media is. They're also in the courtroom today. What are we hearing from them so far?
A big contingent of parents, and not just here, but around the country, are watching this very closely today. They are concerned about similar issues, what they call the addictive nature of social media and the apps themselves and the algorithms that are behind them. And what they're claiming here is that it's not necessarily the content itself, but that it's the way these apps are designed that makes it addictive to children. That word is in dispute, but here's what one of the parents had to say about Zuckerberg's testimony today.
It was a very strong argument that he did not tell the truth in that congressional hearing. It does not match any of the internal documents that we are now seeing, and he's not able to answer those questions now either. And so he's fumbling over them. And we just see that as a sign of, you know, he knew perfectly well what was going on. The intention of the company was to prey on teens, use teens' usage, exploit them so they can make greater profits. And that was done intentionally, not by accident.
Now, what
Absolutely.
she's talking about is Zuckerberg's prior congressional testimony. And what trial watchers are pointing out here is that congressional testimony is different from court testimony. That's in front of a bunch of elected officials who may or may not do something with the information they receive. They may or may not follow up on any perceived bad information. This is a court of law, and there are penalties and repercussions.
I timed him out again. I didn't want to hear his playlist.
Let's see how this all plays out. Carter Evans, thank you so much for your reporting.
I was like, I like P. Diddy and Kid Rock, and I'm like, I don't give a shit. Oh, the meta glasses. We didn't go into the meta glasses, did we?
Jacob Ward, a technology journalist and host of the RIP Current podcast. Jacob, thank you so much for your time today. I want to start with what stood out to you so far from what we've heard, and also you have additional reporting about Zuckerberg's entourage wearing meta glasses in that courtroom.
Yeah, maybe we should start with that, Mugo. It's an extraordinary, I would say, misstep by the company. They, for some reason, thought it'd be a good idea for the entourage going in there. And if you want to show that footage again, feel free. Yeah, these guys, you'll see the woman there who passes in the foreground. Then there's a guy who's going to come into the frame on the right. They're wearing the meta glasses that have cameras built into them. And as you know, Mugo, you're not allowed to film inside that courtroom. And so the judge, Carolyn Kuhl,
they should have been held in contempt and sat their ass in jail for a few hours like a judge would normally do to somebody doing that.
Upbraided the Meta team and said, if you guys have recorded anything, you have to dispose of it or I will hold you in contempt. That can't have been a good look for this for Zuckerberg going in. So, you know, your question here, what have we seen so far? I mean, for me, the thing that's so notable here is, you know, as Carter mentioned and as that mother mentioned, right, we've seen Zuckerberg testify in front of something like a congressional subcommittee before. And those are highly performative, highly scripted, and very disorganized proceedings where there's no real discovery, there's no real documents presented. It's a lot of, you know, senators performing for the camera. In this case, you have real discovery. We have an enormous number of documents. And so he's going to his talking points, and then again and again, the plaintiff's lawyer is able to point out to him, but you do have this email here that says that your company goal was time spent, or here is the part of it where it says internally that you're you know, that there was harm being caused here. Here's where your internal documents say that 4 million kids under the age of 13 are probably on here. You know, all of that stuff is something he's never really had to face before. And so I think this is going to be a pretty grueling.
Dean, we can see that's not true. I mean, you're here in my chat, but you're not listening to what I have to say. You're not listening to what the people I'm showing have to say. I do a very informative show. You're not listening to anything. You're an idiot.
A period of testimony for Mark Zuckerberg here, Mugo.
Yeah, I have to say, wearing those meta glasses just seems so tone deaf in light of what this trial, this case is about. Just doesn't make sense. Okay, Jacob, some are calling this trial social media's big tobacco moment, but the defense argues problematic use is different than clinical addiction. So we spoke with an addiction.
Again, why do right-wingers always, you probably think Gavin Newt, you should not tell me what I think or what I believe. Right-wingers do it all the time. You can go watch any argument that I've had with a right-winger. Matt Spear did it to me the other night. Go watch that video of him and I. Constantly just telling me what my position is, what I believe, and trying to make me defend shit. You guys are so dishonest. Now, I'm going to time you out again, Dean, because you told us you listened to both sides, but as I just pointed out, you don't. You're here trying to disrupt my show, not listen to what we have to say with an honest ear, are you? You're not taking in this information and processing it and thinking critically about it, are you?
an addiction expert, Dr. Courtney Blackwell, about what that research really shows. Let's listen.
From the research standpoint and our research, it's inconclusive. There is no conclusive cause and effect of social media causing youth mental health problems. We do know that young children and especially teenagers may be more vulnerable.
Now, I would think cause is the word there. No, I don't think it causes it. It amplifies the already existing.
To some of these social media, thinking about likes and getting likes and posting and being a little bit more risky on social media. So we know that, but we don't know that it definitively causes different mental health conditions.
So Jacob, just based on that, do plaintiffs need to demonstrate, what do plaintiffs, I should say, need to demonstrate in order to actually win this case? Because that is kind of a good point.
Well, there are two things to think about here, right? The first is this company has, like all social media companies, enjoyed the protection of what's called Section 230, which is this obscure federal provision that is basically the get out of jail free card for social media. It allows them to basically say they are a neutral platform and they're not responsible for the crazy stuff that you and I post on their platform. Then there's that argument.
But they
then
totally
the other argument is there an actual
push the crazy
connection
shit
between the use of social media and the mental health crisis grabbing kids right now? Well, as your expert there points out, it has not been proven in any kind of conclusive way in a scientific sense. But what we are going to see in this courtroom, and what we have already seen, is that internal research at the company described the harms that could be done here, including, the harm of young girls using a filter that imitates plastic surgery and shows you what you would look like if you'd had plastic surgery. Places in which an internal report at Instagram circulated inside the company said these kids are weaponizing our functionality. They're cyberbullying one another. There's all kinds of harms that are documented inside the company's documents. And that is, of course, why this is called the big tobacco moment, is because it's those documents and the possibility that they might prove that this company knew in advance that there were harms and
it knew
and shipped this stuff anyway. That's the thing that the plaintiff is going to be driving at, and that's why this could cost this company, billions of dollars and rewrite the rules for social media for all time ago.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because if Meta and Google are found liable for harmful design decisions, what kind of precedent would that set? What would it mean for the companies, and how would it basically just change how apps are used? And honestly, the money they make too, because I assume this advertising and all of that plays into why they design their apps the way they do.
The essence of the case here, and the reason that Meta is taking it so seriously, is that it is truly an existential threat. They have actually said this in the past in filings of other lawsuits in which Section 230 was brought up, where they basically say it can be an existential risk to the company if Section 230 protections don't apply. And in this case, we know that Judge Kuhl has said the jury, are allowed to consider design liability. That's a whole new thing.
I assume plastic is involved somehow.
Abstract precedent that we're setting here, Mugo. It is in fact a very real precedent being set, because this case is what's called a bellwether. It is actually a consolidation of precedent for what are supposed to be about 1,600 other cases. This is hundreds of families, hundreds of school districts. This is districts, attorneys general from different states. There is a long line, a fire hose of lawsuits coming at this company. And so how this one goes will determine whether those can go forward and what kind of damages they might be able to claim if they win. And so this absolutely is there's a monetary threat here, but it is then the supposition that this could actually prove that design is the problem, that you're not allowed to just claim Section 230 protections, but your design could get you into trouble. That is a total game changer for this industry, Mugo.
Wow, I'm sure a lot of people, especially parents, are really paying close attention to this case. Jacob Ward, thank you so much for your insight today. We appreciate it.
Dean's all like, it's a parent's responsibility, as if parents are responsible. I present to you this dumbass Trump supporter that shot his daughter again.
His daughter to death after a heated argument over President Trump? This is the moment police confront him.
Just as I picked it up, it went off. Okay.
His 23-year-old daughter, Lucy Harrison, was visiting her dad, who lives in a Dallas suburb. Reports say dad and daughter clashed over his conservative politics and his support of Trump. Dad shot daughter after arguing about Donald Trump, goes this headline. British woman killed by father in Texas had argued with him about Trump. When cops got to the scene, Chris Harrison
Now, apparently he said he was showing her the gun because she was anti-gun. And he was showing it to her and it went off. Now, I believe he's sincere. It looks like it. But clearly, my friend, you are not a responsible gun owner.
Explained that the shooting was accidental.
And we were getting ready to go to the airport and we were talking about guns, and she said, "You got a gun?" I said, "Yes." I got it out and it just went off as she stood there. As I pulled it out, it went off.
As the interrogation...
Now, I've had so many right-wingers tell me, well, my gun's never killed anybody. It's sitting right there. It never goes off. Here's this dude being like, my gun just went off. Have no clue how that happened.
I got it out and it just went off as she stood there. As I pulled it out, it went off.
As the interrogation continues, you can see her boyfriend wipes his eyes.
It's her boyfriend. Boyfriend. Okay.
The dad wants to know if Lucy is still alive.
Do you know if she's breathing or?
I'm not 100% sure.
She died from a gunshot wound to the chest. A controversy erupted after the Texas grand jury decided not to file charges. We spoke to Houston lawyer Emily Taylor about the case.
When this story broke, a lot of people were pretty upset about it.
The idea that he shouldn't face any kind of charges is absurd. If you don't want to do manslaughter, it's definitely negligent homicide.
About it, confused, how can this father get away with this?
He's alleging basically this was a total accident. I don't think I pulled the trigger.
Lucy deserved better.
At a news conference, Lucy's mom and boyfriend, who live in England...
That's fine. It was an accident. That's fine. I accept it. You still have to face charges. You did not handle a gun responsibly. It should have never been loaded. The safety should have been on. You never point it. Unless you intend to shoot somebody. There multiple things were clearly wrong with the scenario, even if I accept the premise that it was an accident.
This was a total accident. I don't think I pulled the trigger.
Lucy deserved better.
At a news conference, Lucy's mom and boyfriend, who live in England, stood side by side.
Lucy had so much more of life to live, to love, and to give.
We covered the shooting in Rhode Island the other day, the trans woman that killed her family. Apparently, this is a really fucked up family. They had a Nazi tattoo on their arm, and apparently their son was jailed for torching a black church a year before their dad's deadly hockey rampage. The troubled racist son of trans-Nazi-loving Rhode Island killer Robert Dorgan was jailed last year for setting a series of fires at a predominantly black church. Kevin Colantaniano, one of 6 children Dorgan had with 3 different women, is serving a nearly 7-year sentence in Texas federal prison for using gasoline and a lighter to spark 5 fires outside of Shiloh Gospel Temple Ministries in North Providence in February of 2024. The church, which the deranged arsonist labeled as a place of worship for atheist God mockers in a text to his family, serves a mostly black congregation of 100 and was empty when the flames erupted. I pissed you off? Okay, I don't care. You're not a smart person. Bye. Police also discovered disturbing notebooks in the 37-year-old's home filled with racist rhetoric, including an entry that read, "Gun everyone down that isn't white. If one is white, spread the gospel. Always give our bloodline a chance." Please, nobody clip that. Well, Bogos, that's not true. And I love how everybody thinks the trans thing is what to focus on, not the fact that she was a Nazi. Nazi-loving Trump supporter, and everybody's like, oh, well, she wore a dress. Insanity. Insanity. Let's check in on the tragedy in Northern California. A skier describing what he saw during the avalanche killed at least 8 people. I don't know what the final tally is.
It's a really a magical place.
Kurt Gensheimer has been to the Frog Lake Huts 4 times in the last 4 years.
It's one of the best places to backcountry ski in the country. And the Frog Lake Huts are the nicest amenities possibly in North America for backcountry skiing.
His photos from over the years show what they look like, the remote area where they're located, and the stunning terrain all around.
There's a couple different ways to get to the huts from Interstate 80. All of them involve going through avalanche terrain.
He was just there last week on a 3-night trip, leaving the huts Sunday. That's the same day the 15 backcountry skiers on that tragic trip arrived.
The discussion in the huts was, this is a big storm coming. It's going to come in, Monday night, early Tuesday. It is going to dump a ton of snow. It's going to be full-on blizzard conditions. So you either should get out by Monday or plan to be there till Thursday, Friday.
Gensheimer and his friends say they took this blue route out across Frog Lake and over this part of the mountain. He believes the other group came in from the red route, so they never crossed paths.
In less than 48 hours to get word of this absolutely tragic accident in the same area that we just were was shocking, but shocking from why did they make that decision aspect. Like, it's not shocking that there were avalanches. It's not shocking that there was a blizzard up there and that there was 4 feet of snow in 24 hours. It was shocking that the decision was made to travel in those conditions.
He doesn't want to speculate about what went into that decision, but said the losses have been shattering for their tight-knit community.
Just families, impacted beyond belief. And for what? It's just the saddest part of it all is like, we're just trying to be in the outdoors and enjoy skiing and enjoy, time in the wild with our friends. And I think sometimes we lose sight of just how dangerous this can be.
That was Peyton Headley reporting, and Kurt hosts a podcast called Mind the Track. It talks largely about being safe in the backcountry. He says after big storms like this one, it's important to give the snowpack time to settle.
So there's this new docu-series out about a story I would have totally covered. 3 students were apparently hypnotized by their principal. They're now dead.
Did being hypnotized lead to their deaths? That's the question about 3 high school students who died within weeks of each other after allegedly being hypnotized by their principal. Allison Hall has the details.
These 3 teens from the same high school died within weeks of each other, and they had all undergone hypnosis by their school principal. Now the baffling story is the subject of a new investigation discovery documentary, The Curious Case of the Principal Who Hypnotized His School.
How dare he?
Principal George Kenny hypnotized 16-year-old Marcus Freeman to improve his football performance. But Marcus lost his life in a car crash after he apparently hypnotized himself. His girlfriend Carly was in the car and survived the 2011 accident.
Can you talk about the day of the crash? What happened?
I look over. Oh, this is a nightmare image in my head, mind you. And his arms are straight and his head is just back. Like that. Like he's out of it.
Then another hypnosis.
So he looked like Andrew Muttonbottom. He was coming out of that police station yesterday.
The subject, 16-year-old Wesley McKinley, took his own life. And Wesley's death was followed by yet another suicide, that of Brittany Palumbo, who was allegedly hypnotized by the principal months before for test anxiety. After an investigation, the principal was charged with practicing therapeutic hypnosis without a license, a misdemeanor. He pleaded.
Wait a minute, you can practice therapeutic hypnosis with a license? That one's news to me.
Arms are straight and his head is just back. Like that. Like he's out of it.
Then another hypnosis subject, 16-year-old Wesley McKinley, took his own life. And Wesley's death was.
I'm sad about Justin Bieber over here. And I think it was around that time. It was around 2010 or something when this happened. That explains the haircut. Totally the Justin Bieber haircut. I don't know, Flash. I don't believe hypnosis is real.
Followed by yet another suicide, that of Brittany Palumbo, who was allegedly hypnotized by the principal months before for test anxiety. After an investigation, the principal was charged with practicing therapeutic hypnosis without a license, a misdemeanor. He pleaded.
I'm going to guess there's a Penn and Teller bullshit on this.
He was put on probation and resigned. Wesley McKinley's parents say they are speaking out to warn of the dangers of unlicensed hypnosis.
Nothing is going to bring Wesley back at this point. And if we can help one kid stay alive, we've honored him.
The new documentary includes an interview with a former student who praises the principal's hypnosis.
Season 2, episode 13. You guys want to watch it after the stream on Twitch?
50 times. Give or take, you just feel much better about yourself.
Carly sums up her feelings for her long-deceased boyfriend this way.
He is with me all the time and I will see him, again one day.
George Kenny did not
Penn and Teller on hypnosis.
Respond to our request for comment, but has denied any connection between his sessions and the 3 deaths.
Yeah, I would assume that's what it is, Flash, that you just have to, because they talk about, though, you need to be open to it, you gotta be susceptible and shit. It's just people going along with the act and convincing themselves, I guess. Now, this is the most Troll Patrol story that has ever Troll Patrolled, if there is ever a story for the Troll Patrol. Are you guys ready for this one? Naked man, stolen ambulance. We got police chase.
Pursuit in a stolen ambulance has an even crazier ending as the driver emerges from the driver's seat naked.
So that scene playing out in Wood County last night. A Wisconsin Rapids paramedic had already loaded a patient into the ambulance when a bystander jumped.
Dude kind of looks like me. What the hell?
Pursuit in a stolen ambulance has an even crazier ending as the driver emerges from the driver's seat naked.
So that scene playing out in Wood County last night. A Wisconsin Rapids paramedic had already loaded a patient into the ambulance when a bystander jumped into the driver's seat. As 12 News' Nick Bull reports tonight, the paramedics in central Wisconsin had to hop off for their own safety as the ambulance sped away.
Correct that.
male stolen ambulance from Rapids.
10-4, there is a patient in the back of it.
Emergency lights flashing, the stolen ambulance headed out of Wisconsin Rapids, swerving around tire deflation devices.
Spikes missed.
Bounding through dirt roads at a landfill and eventually onto Highway 73.
Dude is naked and looks like he's got brown long hair and a beard.
We can only imagine what the patient in the back must have been thinking as the ambulance bounced and shook and speeded down the highway at speeds topping 70 miles an hour until 20 minutes later, a tire finally deflated. It swerves off the road.
He just went northbound through a ditch east of Polish into a field.
After using a drone to evaluate the scene, officers can be seen cautiously approaching the ambulance with ballistic shields and long guns, the ambulance lights strobing in the distance. Officers and deputies can be heard sloshing through the marsh as they approach.
The vehicle! Shut it off now! Come on with your hands up!
And as he emerged, it was immediately clear, at least he wasn't armed.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Turn around! Put your hands away from me! Hey.
The trans person in Rhode Island, the Nazi, once again, it's weird that you refer to them as trans and not Nazi. But the Nazi in Rhode Island that killed 3 people, one of the 3 was themselves. Therefore, even if we were to accept your premise, it's the exact same number. Why are you so focused on the idea that they're trans?
Someone go check on the person in the back. I got it.
That patient in the back was taken to the hospital for evaluation and treatment, while the driver headed to the Wood County Jail. Nick Bohr, WISN 12 News.
Oh, you said the U.S., that's Vancouver.
Benjamin Feltz of Nakusa, he has yet to be formally charged, but remains in custody on tentative charges, including third offense driving while intoxicated. Police offered no explanation for his lack of attire.
Because if you're saying there's something about an ideology that caused them to commit that heinous crime, the Nazism far more relevant, wouldn't you say? The fact that, like, how many Trump supporters do we have to have kill people? I mean, you never know. Is that a gun in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Well, I mean, when white people do it, they tend to be like Nazis or have some sort of extremist views. That is a fact. Data all shows that the most dangerous people in this country are white supremacists, and that law enforcement has a really bad white supremacy problem. A Florida woman got a ticket for talking on the phone while she was driving. There's just a little problem with the notion that she was talking on the phone while she was driving. She ain't got no hand.
North Beach traffic stop is drawing major attention online after a woman was ticketed for holding her phone while driving.
In the video taken by the driver, the deputy says he saw her holding her phone in her right hand. But there's just one problem. She doesn't have a right hand. CBS 12's Tiffany Rizzo breaks down what Florida law actually says and whether or not this ticket will hold up in court. Tiffany?
This is the ticket at the center of that viral video. It's a $116 citation for using a handheld wireless device while driving. But when you actually read Florida law, simply holding a phone isn't necessarily illegal.
Get a ticket for driving with a device in your right hand, even if you don't have a right hand.
All right, man. So you're gonna receive a citation for wireless communication device handheld while driving. We got to put the phone down as we operate a motor vehicle.
Oh, and you put on there that you saw me with my right hand holding it, yeah?
I did not put that. No, if you want to take it to
But
court,
that's what you said when you pulled me over, yes?
But attorneys say the bigger question isn't which hand, it's what she was doing with the phone.
Whether she's holding it in a right hand or a left hand, it really doesn't matter. If you are not in a school zone or a construction zone, you are allowed to hold a cell phone.
We sat down with ticket clinic lawyer Ted Hollander, who walked us through Florida's statute. While you can't manually type or text while driving, you can use your phone for GPS, and simply holding your phone is only specifically banned in school zones or active work zones. This ticket doesn't indicate the stop happened in either.
And the fact that neither one is checked off tells me that this did not occur in one of those zones.
Hollander says many people simply pay tickets, even when they may have a defense.
So a lot of times people pay tickets that shouldn't be paid. And this could have been one of those examples, but luckily this lady seems to be standing up for herself.
To clarify, texting and driving is a primary offense in Florida, meaning you can be pulled over for that alone. But attorney Patrick Donahue says proving someone was actually texting can be difficult.
Hundreds of tickets. I've actually never seen a texting and driving ticket.
And if you tell an officer you were using your phone for GPS, you aren't required to hand over your device without a warrant.
What evil shit does Red Wine cheer for? I'm interested.
So you don't have an obligation to
I'll
allow
buy.
the officer to verify what you're saying is in fact true.
Again, nothing on this citation indicates texting, only that the phone was being held. The woman says she has requested a hearing and plans to fight the ticket in court. I'm reporting in Palm Beach County, Tiffany Rizzo, CBS 12 News.
Shed some light and give context to these sad situations. What the fuck are you talking about? No, you're trying to demonize trans people. That's what you're trying to do. It's not give context. So wild. You were pretty sure the other day they were cheering for that person who drove up next to a cop car and lit them up with a shotgun as half the chat was applauding. Well, you're leaving out that it was like fireworks and nobody was injured and it was a really cool video. All cops are bastards. ICE are like the modern day Gestapo, so I find it odd that you think us making jokes about cops is bad and evil. You called it evil, but you don't think that ICE detaining 4,400 people illegally is evil. You don't think ICE zip tying children is evil. You don't think ICE preventing a father from seeing his son die. Or just the numerous stories I can tell you of just ICE causing countless tragedies among families. But you think us making jokes about cops is evil. Not the actual evil in the world, not the pedophile president. Yet, Flash bringing up Chris Dorner. Chris Dorner, a fucking national hero. Served honorably in the military, joined the LAPD, realized corruption was rampant in the LAPD and tried to expose it. He was fired and retaliated against, so he took matters into his own hands. When did I say I support killing cops? There is only one good kind of cop. But the fact that you are more outraged at me for being anti-cop than you are for cops being insanely corrupt shows what kind of person you are. You know how often cops rape kids? You know how often cops use protests as pretense for them to be able to like go and rob pharmacies. We saw that happen in Baltimore. That's not the question I asked you, Bogos. So you're accusing them of arresting and deporting illegals. That's what you're saying they're doing, but 4,400 people have been illegally detained. 2 citizens shot. Well, I would hate to inform you of this, Bogos, but the popular opinion in the country right now is that ICE needs to be disbanded. I don't think you're a sane person. Sane people see what cops do and are repulsed by it. Bogos, Obama and Biden both deported more people than Trump did. And didn't shoot citizens in the face. Didn't illegally detain 4,400 people. I personally am an open borders person. I don't think a government can tell you where you can and cannot live. I think you have a natural right to free movement. So, I'm kind of a libertarian in that sense. You're just an idiot repeating bullshit. You're just an idiot repeating bullshit. You say you want people deported. Well, Obama and Biden did it better than Trump. So you gonna support Democrats? I did. I condemn them for deporting people. I think it's wrong.
He condemn.
What mess? Trump is making a mess. You fucking moron. Seriously. Go back and watch this stream right here. I did a string of stories of ICE violating citizens' rights. Here, let me pull one up for you again. Real fast. A Marine veteran. Let's see what he has to say about the job that ICE is doing. Are you going to apologize when I show you what a Marine vet has to say? You're not. You're just not going to care. Trump is just enriching himself, you dumbass.
We have distributed his written
And feeding into racist assholes like you.
If he wants to take 90 seconds to tell us something in person, that's just fine right now.
Marine veteran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And they all know that it's 90 seconds or less.
That might be hard. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, but I'll try. My name is Ed Higgins. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Ed Higgins, and I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran, business owner, and marketing director.
No, Bogos. Violating the law is lawless, you fucking dumbass.
and constitutional observer living with my wife and 2 fur babies in the great city of Columbia Heights, Minnesota. I come from a long line of system builders and public servants in this country. I understand how government is supposed to function. What I've witnessed since the military occupation by this administration's cause-patriot forces is not a system. It is a lawless shit show built on faulty intelligence,
All right, I'm going to interrupt
vibes,
you right
and
now,
personal
Mr.
vendettas.
Higgins. I'm going to interrupt.
I will censor myself. I apologize.
First of all, there is a decorum rule in this committee hearing. As
Bogos, I can't possibly be a hypocrite. I don't believe in borders. Once again, the government has no right to tell people where they can and cannot live. That's me personally. That's my belief. Can't possibly be a hypocrite. You're so dumb. So stop accusing me of shit.
there is in the Senate generally, everyone is expected to follow it.
As for Mexico, I don't live in Mexico. It's not my country. I don't have a say in their laws. Here is a Marine veteran telling you that what ICE is doing is a lawless shit show, and you don't care. This man served his country. You're a jackass sitting on your couch, running your cocksucker about shit you don't know about.
Members of the committee, my name is Ed Higgins, and I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran, business owner and marketing director, and constitutional observer living with my wife and 2 fur babies in the great city of Columbia Heights, Minnesota. I come from a long line of system builders and public servants in this country. I understand how government is supposed to function. What I've witnessed since the military occupation by this administration's cause-patriot forces is not a system. It is a lawless shit show built on faulty intelligence.
All right, I'm going to.
By the way, he goes on to detail how ICE tried to murder him twice. You care so much about the law, but you don't care about the cops breaking the law. You care so much about the law, but you don't care about the president breaking the law. We don't want to be lectured to by dipshits like you who honestly do not give a shit about the law. You're just a racist. You can't come at me with pedophile president sitting in the office and tell me you care about laws. Literally a felon, and you guys elected him. Well, I am specifically telling you 4,400 people have been detained illegally. Well, I mean, you are a racist. You're telling me about crime, but you don't care about when white people do it. You came in here talking about fraud in Minnesota. You probably don't know that a white woman was convicted as being the ringleader. You just think Somalis were running around committing fraud. You didn't give a shit about Brett Favre in Mississippi or Rick Scott in Florida committing fraud. No, I think you're a racist. And that's why you're talking about borders. You don't care about crime. You don't care about fraud. You just want to target black people, just like you want to target trans people or Mexican people. Buddy, I believe people who commit fraud should be punished. Donald Trump committed fraud. Literally convicted felon for fraud. I absolutely believe he should be punished. You don't know what a straw man is. I'm not going to be lectured about fraud and crime from somebody who clearly supports a man who committed crime, who did a fraud. He was convicted of fraud. You guys elected him president. He's never going to face punishment for it because of you, idiots. And you're letting him defraud our government right now and steal millions and millions, if not billions, from us. And it's sad. You're a useful idiot. A jailer in Morgan County, Alabama, is facing charges over honey buns, apparently.
Hurley. In a story you'll see here on 48, a law enforcement officer with a long career now facing charges over stolen honey buns. Yeah, you heard that right. Stolen pastries. WFO 48's investigative reporter Nick Ballinger spoke to Jarvis Moore exclusively after he turned himself into the Morgan.
We're here. Dude doesn't even eat honey. Anyone who believes someone who has entered illegally should be deported is not necessarily a Trump supporter. If you're cheering on ICE right now, as Trump is directing them, you're clearly supporting him. Don't bullshit us. I'm tired of you, Bogos. You either call in, Discord in, or shut the fuck up. Sorry, because we're moving on now. Done with your dumb ass. Well, since you repeated Trump's line about, oh, he's cleaning up their mess, you seem to be a Trump supporter. I'm just going by what you said. You don't understand nuance. You clearly are in support of what ICE is doing now and not what they were doing under Democratic administrations. You said that. You said that. I don't know what that means. The vast majority of people entering the country were applying for asylum. So did they let more people in? Sure. I don't care. And there's a process for that. If you are yapping about deporting illegals and telling me how much you support ICE, then you clearly are supporting Trump right now. Don't try to play coy with us. God damn, dude. You're fucking stupid. Now, once again, you have to call in or Discord in. We're moving on. You can say your piece if you want to, but you gotta actually talk to me, so you can't pull any bullshit.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Liz Hurley. In a story you'll see here on 48, a law enforcement officer with a long career now facing charges over stolen honey buns. Yeah, you heard that right. Stolen pastries. WFO 48's investigative reporter Nick Ballinger spoke to Jarvis Moore exclusively after he turned himself into the Morgan County Jail last week. Nick, Moore believes this is retaliation, and he was just following orders.
Well, Liz, Jarvis Moore says he doesn't even eat honey buns because he's a type 2 diabetic. He believes this goes much deeper than those 200 or so calorie snacks. He thinks despite 24 years of service in Morgan County, this is retaliation.
I just want the people to know that I didn't do this.
Slater Sand, welcome in.
And it is killing me to be plastered all over the world that I'm this and I'm that and I'm not that.
Every day for over 2 decades, Jarvis Moore walked into the Morgan County Jail and went to work.
I've done everything that there is to be done there. Something that I wanted to do ever since I was a child.
But on Friday, he walked through a different door, turning himself in on 7 counts of felony.
Damn, I can't believe they arrested Debo.
I've contacted Morgan County officials to get to the bottom of the charges, but due to courthouse renovations, the filings are delayed. Moore was told this stems from his firing in September.
And they told me that I was being terminated for taking honey bun and store items from inmates.
You heard that right. Honey buns. Moore doesn't deny taking the honey buns, but he says he was simply following orders.
This idea's been going on for years and years.
He says when inmates started a fire in the jail, it was policy to take commissary from inmates who started the fire and give to others.
The honey buns were actually given to another inmate to clean up, or the items. There was nothing ever kept in possession. It was used as a tool to stop burning in the jail.
Moore and his attorney Scott Morrow believe this is much bigger than 7 felony counts for 7 honey buns.
It's retaliatory 100%. His problems began specifically when the John Scott
incident occurred.
John Scott Jr. died in jail custody in April of last year. This video of Scott Jr. being dragged through the jail was leaked in May. Moore says he was asked multiple times if he was the one who leaked it. He believes it's the main reason he was passed up multiple times to become the first black lieutenant in Morgan County history.
That was one of the main goals that I wanted to do, and that would have been even stronger to help people.
Moore says he was placed on administrative leave each time a position came up.
One thing, he's African American and they don't want him to be a lieutenant. And then because he supported Anna Franklin in that video.
And if she's back in office again, I can assure the citizens of Morgan County you will see significant change.
Moore posted this video 5 weeks before he was charged.
They wanted to keep their thumb on Jarvis and keep him down, and they came up with this honey bun criminal charge.
A spokesperson from the sheriff's office.
No one silenced you. You were warned that if you want to talk about something we're not talking, it's in the rules. You were sent a copy of the rule. If you want to talk about something that is not what we're currently watching, you have to call in or Discord in. That's the rule.
Told me this investigation into stolen honey buns started in August and was turned over to the DA in November before the video was posted.
I'm truly not guilty of extortion. The only thing I did wrong was protect the jail and try to secure the jail.
We want justice, and we want everybody treated the same. If you're going to arrest one person for this type of activity in the jail,
they want Justin.
Now, after being fired from Morgan County in September, Moore started working in the Madison County Jail. A spokesperson told me Moore was a probationary employee. He was fired once they learned of the felony charges.
No, you weren't.
A spokesperson from the DA's office tells me an assistant DA who doesn't know Moore will be trying this case.
Yeah, there was so much more I wanted to say to that stupid Matt guy the other day. I absolutely should have accused him of trying to play victim. That's what he did the entire time, tried to play victim. Wah. Right-wingers are crazy, man. So this happened in Florida. I think it happened yesterday, and this is one of the goddamnedest things you're ever going to see. I'm going to go ahead and let you know that the driver survived with incredibly minor injuries. Because when you see it, you're going to be like, my God, that guy did not survive this. So once again, what you are getting ready to see is one of the goddamnedest videos I've ever laid eyes on in my life.
It was the first pickup of the school day. Then,
you gotta hit the button.
Breathtaking video taken by a witness captures the moment a man in a Jaguar rams into the back of a Lee County school bus.
Drinking my coffee, I heard a spoon, and it was very loud. We saw the children walking to the bus.
You can tell by that shot if he was maybe an inch to the right, 2 inches to the right, he does not live. That is insanity.
It was the first pickup of the school day. Then,
you gotta hit the button.
Breathtaking video taken by a witness captures the moment a man in a Jaguar rams into the back of a Lee County school bus.
Drinking my coffee, I heard a spoon, and it was very loud. We saw the children walking to the...
I'm gonna assume distracted driver was on his phone or something like that. We know the laws about holding your phone in Florida.
It was the first pickup of the school day. Then,
you gotta hit the button.
Breathtaking video taken by a witness captures the moment a man in a Jaguar rams into the back of a Lee County school bus.
Drinking my coffee, I heard a spoon, and it was very loud. We saw the children walking to the bus 15 minutes prior to this happening.
Somehow, that Jaguar driver survived the crash on US 41 in front of the Sun Retreats Estero Bay.
We think the driver would have been head cut off because his car literally went under the bus.
I saw the video before I heard the story, and I was certain that the driver was dead.
So it was a terrible situation.
A woman walking down this path saw a car underneath the school bus. Her immediate thoughts were somebody might not make it out alive. Then she gave the driver ice after he got out of the vehicle.
He had a thing on his pinky, and I gave him some ice. And
he had a thing on his pinky. He was bleeding a little bit from his pinky, but other than that, he was fine.
He was a little scattered, which I would figure after something like that.
3 kids were just a few feet away from the stopped bus when this happened.
I am super grateful that no kids were on the bus. I'm super grateful that he's okay.
Here is video of the bus being lifted and the car being pushed out. Both drivers came out of this scene with minor injuries. Traffic was backed up for about 2 hours. First pickup of the school day, then
gonna hit the button.
Breathtaking video taken by a witness captures the moment a man in a Jaguar rams into the back of a Lee County school bus.
Drinking my coffee, I heard a spoon, and it was very loud. We saw the children walking to the bus 15 minutes prior to this happening.
Somehow, that Jaguar driver survived.
Yeah, apparently there were kids, or there were no kids on the bus, but there were a couple that were close to the back of it or something. They were getting ready. It was the first stop of the day, so they were getting ready to get on or something, but they were close to the back of the bus. I like that the news reporter was like, neither driver was injured, and it's like, I wasn't worried about the bus driver. Usually when buses are hit by other cars, there's no worry of an injury to the bus driver. Those things are goddamn tanks. Also, an actor I've never liked, Shia LaBeouf. Never been a fan. Think I'm right about that one too, aren't I?
Accuses actor Shia LaBeouf of hitting him early Mardi Gras Day while calling him a homophobic slur multiple times. As Gabby Killett reports, after LaBeouf's arrest for battery, the man wants LaBeouf also charged with...
As I understand it, he headbutted the guy, which is what FKA Twigs accused him of when they were dating.
The hate crime.
Jeffrey set out to celebrate Lundi Gras, as many revelers do, at a bar with friends. He went to a place on Royal Street where he says he encountered a man acting erratically.
I shrugged it off. He wasn't a large fella by any means. His friends kind of pulled her to the side. Then he came towards me again. And
that was Youngblood there for a second.
Up in my face.
The man soon walked away, but Jeffrey says he was shocked to learn he was the actor who starred as the face of the Transformers series.
Somebody came out and just said, "Did Shia LaBeouf just try to beat you up?" And I'm like, no, because like this guy had like finger tattoos and stuff. I'm like, he can't be a famous actor. And then I Googled Shia LaBeouf finger tattoo, and I'm like, holy crap, that's Shia LaBeouf who just tried to beat me up.
When Jeffrey returned to the bar, he says he again encountered LaBeouf just after midnight on Mardi Gras Day, and that things took a turn for the worse.
And he kept rushing towards everybody. At one point, he rushes up and hits me in the body. Knocks me back a little.
I didn't shrug nobody. I never touched nobody.
LaBeouf was arrested after allegedly hitting Jeffrey and another person and booked with 2 counts of simple battery. He was released on his own recognizance before a court appearance Mardi Gras Day. Our Baton Rouge sister station, WAFB, later saw him on Bourbon Street Mardi Gras night.
Thing about it, you've been posting up here all night. What are you doing?
The people.
Getting his party on.
Met anyone interesting?
A lot, yeah.
Jeffrey critiqued LaBeouf's quick release. Fox 8 legal analyst Joe Raspani says judges sometimes step in to set bond when asked.
The judge has the ability to contact the jail and set a bond, and you can get the wheels turning and get your client out a little quicker.
Jeffrey maintains LaBeouf spewed homophobic slurs his way the entire night. Now, he says he wants charges against him upgraded.
I mean, it's a hate crime, right? you're beating people up because somewhere in your mind their sexuality goes against.
I can't imagine LaBeouf doesn't suck dick, right?
Ultimately, it's up to the district attorney to determine if and in fact.
But as the face.
You telling me this man doesn't suck dick?
Of the Transformers series.
Somebody came out and just said, "Did Shia LaBeouf just try to beat you up?" And I'm like, no, because like this guy had like finger tattoos and stuff. I'm like, he can't be a famous actor.
The 4chan flag thing was the most hilarious
I'm like, holy
thing.
crap, that's Shia LaBeouf who just tried to beat me up.
When Jeffrey returned to the bar, he says he again encountered LaBeouf just after midnight on Mardi Gras Day, and that
fair enough, Carla. That's true.
And he kept rushing towards everybody at one point.
But wasn't he already a piece of shit before the flag? Because the FKA Twigs thing was before the flag things, wasn't it?
He rushes up and hits me in the body, knocks me back a little.
I didn't shrug nobody. I never touched nobody.
LaBeouf was arrested after allegedly hitting Jeffrey and another person and booked with 2 counts of simple battery. He was released on his own recognizance before a court appearance Mardi Gras Day. Our Baton Rouge sister station, WAFB, later saw him on Bourbon Street Mardi Gras night.
Thing about it, you've been posting up here all night. What are you doing?
The people.
Met anyone interesting?
A lot, yeah.
Jeffrey
The people.
LaBeouf's quick release. Fox 8 legal analyst Joe Raspani says judges sometimes step in to set bond when asked.
The judge has the ability to contact the jail and set a bond, and you can get the wheels turning and get your client out a little quicker.
Jeffrey maintains LaBeouf spewed homophobic slurs his way the entire night. Now he says he wants charges against him upgraded.
I mean, it's a hate crime, right? You're beating people up because somewhere in your mind their sexuality goes against what you think should get to live.
Ultimately, it's up to the district attorney to determine if it in fact crosses the certain lines you have to cross to make it a hate crime. If it does, it's a lot more serious offense with a lot bigger penalties.
The New Orleans Police Department said Wednesday the case remains under investigation.
That was Gabby Killett reporting. Allegations that LaBeouf spewed homophobic slurs were not mentioned in initial charging paperwork. Jeffrey, who himself is an actor and a member of the Screen Actors Guild, calls on the union president to hold LaBeouf accountable. A 4-year-old boy has...
I might need a glass of chocolate milk after this one. Not on the Hershey's Special Dark right now. I'm not a fan of Hershey's, but specifically the Special Dark Chocolate. I like that one. That's the only Hershey's product I like. And usually I'll get it if it's on sale, because Hershey's is more expensive than other types of chocolate. But I got the Ingles brand, store brand chocolate this last time. I think it's better than the Hershey Special Dark. Honestly, I do. Why am I bringing up chocolate? The Reese's family is apparently pissed off at the Hershey company.
A bitter taste in the world of chocolate. Brad Reese, the grandson of the inventor of the iconic Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, posting an open
Also, Reese Cups, probably my favorite candy.
letter to Hershey on LinkedIn, saying it is quietly replacing the very ingredients that built Reese's trust in the first place. Some experts say it has to do with cost. The price of cocoa skyrocketed over the past 2 years due to climate impacts in West Africa, and that caused some brands to swap in different ingredients. Now Reese telling the AP he recently threw out a bag of Reese's Valentine's Day mini hearts after seeing the company describe the treat as made with, quote, peanut butter cream and covered in chocolate candy. Hershey responding to Reese's criticism, saying in a statement in part, "Our iconic Reese's peanut butter cups are made the same way they always have been, starting with roasting fresh peanuts to make our unique one-of-a-kind peanut butter that is then combined with milk chocolate." Adding they do make recipe adjustments for new products and innovations without addressing the mini hearts directly. Consumers broadly are starting to notice some changes in the chocolates they're buying.
Chocolate candy that we used to eat growing up just doesn't taste the same.
Rich Hartel, a professor of food science, says some brands are turning to less expensive vegetable oils and swapping out cocoa for more sugar when we spoke to him at the end of last year. What are some common ways manufacturers cut costs?
Cocoa butter is probably the most expensive component in chocolate. So if you can replace some of the cocoa butter with a different, cheaper fat, then you're saving money.
Without cocoa, candy can't be called chocolate under FDA rules. What you may see on packages now instead, products with labels like chocolate flavor, chocolate taste, or chocolate-y. Cocoa prices have come back down this year, but just like at the gas pump, companies are often quick to raise prices due to a shortage in raw ingredients and slower to lower them. Retail sales for chocolate were up in 2025, mostly due to price increases, as the number of individual products consumers bought was actually down.
It does not taste the same, and I don't know what has happened.
Changes that may have Americans looking for other ways to satisfy their sweet tooth. Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and remember,
shut up, Tom Lama.
Breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
I may blow some of your guys' minds. I may fucking save you some money here. You can make your own Reese cups. If you want to go all fancy, you can get molds and shit and actually make cups out of them, but I just make it all together in a bowl. You get like a little bowl, like I make like an individual little bowl of Reese cup. It is just peanut butter, melted butter, powdered sugar. That's the peanut butter inside. Now, if you want to take that mixture and then make a chocolate coating and shit, you can look up the recipe for that. But the peanut butter inside is just peanut butter, melted butter, powdered sugar, and that will make the inside of a Reese cup for you. I just pour chocolate syrup on top of it and call it a day. Eat my little Reese cup treat thing. I might have a problem. Well, we saw a car crash into a bus in Florida. This is a cow getting loose in Florida. Rogue cow on the side of the highway has to be lassoed. Rogue cow lassoed. Hey, they got it. Not something you see every day, but I'm assuming it's far more common in places like Florida. It's because all kinds of crazy shit happens in Florida. Probably not the best animal video to end on. There was no cute animal up close in the video, so I feel like I would be doing a disservice to you. So Curiouser sent me this earlier today. Send this to someone so they have to open their phone and enjoy this turtle having a tea party. Tortoise, I'm sorry. The tortoise attending a tea party. Twitch people, we're gonna watch Penn and Teller debunk hypnosis. Because we did the story about hypnosis earlier. YouTube people, podcast people, TikTok people. Did I make it on TikTok? Am I still live? I got taken down yesterday, or day before yesterday. I'm still live on TikTok. Yay, we're still live on TikTok. We made it. Anybody comment or anything? No viewers. No viewers. Trying out this TikTok experiment is not going very well. Anyway, YouTube people, TikTok people, podcast people, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun for you this sec. I'm Justin Freakin. We'll see you Sunday night on the Troll Patrol live. Twitch people, stick with me. We're going to watch Penn and Teller. And then maybe come back on later on tonight for Simpsons. Oh, it's doing that thing where I need to go to YouTube and turn it off manually. Damn it, YouTube people. Always giving me a hard time.